we are live again, covering some severe weather and enhanced risk, particularly. Um, a day one enhanced risk was issued from the Storm Prediction Center, and the main threat with this enhanced risk is a wind threat. 30% chance for the wind threat. And those areas, and just keep in mind, 30 million people are under the enhanced risk. That does include New York, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, Newark, and Jersey City. A slight risk exists for Cleveland, Buffalo, Rochester, Akron, Providence, and a marginal risk exists for Baltimore, Boston, Virginia Beach, Norfolk, and Chesapeake, Virginia. And that's what we're going to be covering live. And we're joined by here by another person, Mike F5. He is a contributor here. And Mike, if you want to say anything to start off the stream, you're welcome to.
Alright, hey, so I'm David's friend. I'm also interested in meteorology, and I will be here to help him out in today's live stream.
Great. Yeah, let's get started. So first off, the Storm Prediction Center again has issued an enhanced risk, and the wording goes like this: damaging winds, a couple tornadoes are possible across parts of the Northeast this afternoon and evening. Isolated to scattered damaging winds, and a tornado or two will remain possible in the Southeast through the afternoon. So far, we have two severe thunderstorm watches. The one that's just got issued includes portions of Florida, Alabama, and Georgia. The probabilities continue to remain low for tornadoes, moderate for wind, and low for hail, with the combined events going high, 70%. So, again, if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, send them in the YouTube chat. We're going to be live here for, I don't know. We'll just go unscripted. As you can see here, looking at radar, we're looking at the Buffalo, New York radar, and you can see pretty much rainfall, a line of thunderstorm beginning to move off into Buffalo. Buffalo's been hit. Amherst is about to be hit, and the main line of these thunderstorms are about 31 miles from this. So, considering the fact that they are moving relatively quickly, we will likely be seeing they're about to get some rain soon. There are some few warnings out. These are mainly severe thunderstorm warnings. We have not had a tornado warning yet. But let's just read off the severe thunderstorm warnings. There's one in New York, and it's for the following counties: Cattaraugus, Chiquita, and Erie. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in Pennsylvania, including Crawford, Erie, Armstrong, Butler, Clarion, Forest, Indiana, Jefferson, Venango, Westmoreland. And then we have some severe thunderstorm warnings in Georgia. And those warnings are for Ben Hill, Irwin, Turner, Worth, Crisp, and Wilcox counties in Georgia. And as obvious as you can see, we are pretty much now beginning to go into this. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, send them in the YouTube chat. We'll be here to answer them. Yeah, this is how we're going to start off this live stream. And we're also going to discuss about what happened yesterday. So for those of you who don't know what's been happening, yesterday, the Storm Prediction Center issued a high risk, a very rare high risk for severe weather. That included parts, that was a dual high risk, by the way. Sorry.
I would like to say, sorry, David, I would like to say that for the storms approaching the Buffalo metro, it appears that once they hit Buffalo, Buffalo could see some wind gusts of between maybe 50 to 60 miles per hour. So
Yeah,
make
you heard me.
sure make sure if you live in the Buffalo area, make sure to once they approach to seek shelter in your home or a building, and make sure to tie things down on your property or bring things inside because you don't want them to blow away.
Yeah, good advice there. I didn't see that. So yeah, I mean, pretty much the entire event is going to be driven by wind. Uh, there's a 5% chance for tornadoes, and that is for. Let me just pull it up. The 5% chance for tornadoes are basically the entire state of New Jersey. And this is a huge 5% risk. New York, Pennsylvania, Newark, New Jersey City, and Yonkers, but there's a lot more cities in there. There's 24 million people that are going to be affected by the 5%.
Breaking. I'm sorry, David. 4 minutes ago, the SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, released a new mesoscale discussion explaining that the dew points are increasing and that a severe wind threat will likely extend east of Weather Watch 105, and that a new watch will probably be likely for western Pennsylvania into central Pennsylvania and also southwestern New York.
Yeah, you're right. And we're pulling up that right now. And you can see here, this is the mesoscale discussion number 430. And we're also now just joined by Felix.
Hi.
You guys may remember him. He was in our live stream last Sunday.
And news regarding the tornado outbreak of yesterday, it has been confirmed that at least 18 people have indeed unfortunately lost their lives in the outbreak from yesterday.
Well, that's unfortunate. Of course, with these weather events, and especially with that high risk, there's the unfortunate reality that people there's a chance that people lose their lives. But considering the amount of tornadoes that have touched down from yesterday's event, that became increasingly more and more likely.
Additionally, I would like to say that the tornado that happened in Little Rock yesterday, the NWS in Little Rock has confirmed that it was at least a high-end EF3 tornado with winds of 165 miles per hour, which if I remember correctly, that is very high-end EF3, almost borderline
Yeah,
EF4.
that's almost EF4. I think it will be slightly higher. It will be EF4. I think 167 miles per hour would already be EF4 because I remember that from 167 is EF4. So it's really borderline, and I have not yet surveyed all of it.
Yeah, and we have 3 new severe thunderstorm warnings, and those are for actually those two. One of them is considerable, and that's for Johnstown, Somerset, and Westmont, Pennsylvania, until 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The threat is 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and pea-sized hail. Let's just go scroll down to see where that one's at specifically. I believe this is the one where they issued the mesoscale discussion. I may be wrong. No, this is exactly where that severe thunderstorm warning is at. So if you're in those areas, you should be taking shelter or staying inside to avoid flying debris.
The
hail.
SPC has also, I'm sorry, the SPC has also released a severe thunderstorm watch for southern Georgia, a little bit of Alabama, I believe, and a little bit of northern Florida for scattered damaging wind gusts up to 65 miles per hour possible, isolated large hail events up to 1.5 inches in diameter possible, and a tornado or two is also possible.
and I want to convey messages from the New Jersey, New York kind of area where the greatest tornado threat will be later this afternoon, and multiple people from both New Jersey and New York City are reporting clearing. The skies are almost totally clear out to the west, says one person in New York and the west, of course, where the weather comes from. So that's not good, because if there's clearing and there are clear skies, it means more sunshine hitting the surface, and there's going to be greater instability and probably greater tornado hazard the more clearing there is. So that's kind of concerning. At least that tornado threat will be short lived. I believe it will be like 1 to 3 hours of tornado threat, but tornadoes will also be fast moving as a result. So that's something to watch out for later in the evening.
And yes, keep in mind that this tornado threat is just a 5%, but as we've learned in the past, just because there's a 5% doesn't mean that a tornado cannot touch down. If the reports that are coming in are true, which seems to be true, there's nothing going on radar. Instability is going to be a big factor. Do you have any soundings for New Jersey?
Yeah, I do have soundings. I've been checking them just a moment ago. The thing that I'm seeing on most soundings is I'm going to post. Actually, this is probably. I want to post 2 soundings. Hold on, give me a moment. I'm going to post them in the Discord channel, Discord chat. Hold on.
And I would just like to say, for the tornado threat, make sure you have a device that can receive a warning when a warning is issued. So, your phone, smartphone, a radio, because when a tornado warning is issued, I would recommend you seek shelter immediately. Don't try to go outside and look at the storm approaching. You should seek shelter immediately.
Now, that 5% in particular, that's concerning, and that enhanced risk is concerning, because the 5% area, it might be short-lived, but it involves 24 million people, including New York City, Philadelphia, Newark, Jersey City, so big-time cities with a potential tornado threat. Those two are not good ingredients. So obviously, if you do fall under a warning, you should seek shelter immediately. Get to the lowest floor possible, particularly in a basement or a closet. If there's no lower shelter, then get into the most interior shelter, away from doors or windows. Remember that in most severe weather cases, tornadoes are responsible for the deaths. So it's a serious event that you should be watching. And if the team wants to relay any comments,
I posted the soundings in the Discord chat this is some soundings that I took, probed around a little bit and took these soundings. What I can say is there's the sort of the shear side of things is very favorable. I'm only seeing there's some inversion going on, particularly as you go later on than in New York. So it's like capped, the environment is, as we say. But the clearing could fix that, because of course if the surface temperature increases, it can increase it past that capping inversion. So yeah, not good if the one thing that keeps this from producing tornadoes, which is the inversion, is probably eroding because of the sunshine.
Yeah. So this is the sounding, as you can see. Now there's a possibility that cap breaks, or a possibility that it doesn't. But if it does, that'd be very concerning, because of the because tornadoes thrive. Usually, they thrive out of capping breakings, which could trigger the which also could trigger the supercell development. And I don't expect supercells to form. I don't think none of us expect the supercells to form.
I mean, if you look at the latest HRRR, it does show a few, at least one supercell beginning to form over New Jersey. So that could happen if there's enough. If there's enough cape available, which might happen, and there's enough forcing for sure. So I mean, it could be one discrete supercell, maybe two, but I don't really think it's mostly going to be those storms from the west coming in and sort of re-strengthening as they reach that area. And,
We have a severe thunderstorm warning that has a tornado possible tag in it. And that's for the following counties: Ben, Hill, Irwin, Turner, and Worth counties. A tornado. Oh no, this is for Dodge, Lawrence, Pulaski, Telfair, Wheeler, and Wilcox counties in Georgia. And this will expire in about a minute, in about an hour. Sorry. It looks like there is rotation going on. There's a small rotation going on just a bit north from Rochelle. But that rotation is relatively broad. But those could easily produce spin-ups, brief spin-ups. Again, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, send them in the chat. Don't be afraid to ask.
I would just like to mention I would like to break down the fatalities that occurred yesterday in yesterday's tornado outbreak. So they say that 9 fatalities occurred in Arkansas, 5 in the Little Rock Metro, and 4 in Wynn. 7 in Tennessee, in Bethel Springs and Adamsville, 3 in Indiana, in the town of Sullivan, 1 in Illinois, in Belvidere, and 1 in Alabama, in Hazel Green.
So, obviously, yesterday was a very long event, and a very terrible event. I believe we had a preliminary 65 tornadoes touchdown.
yes.
Yeah.
And of course, the severe weather threat is not over in the coming days by any stretch. I mean, there is the day 4 outlook now for April 4th, which includes, unfortunately, many of the same areas that were already hit yesterday. And that is setting up to be another very, very major event. Almost surely going to be another moderate risk that's going to include much of the same areas that were under moderate or high risk yesterday, possibly even another high risk, which would be quite extraordinary to have 2 high risks in such short succession, like within a week of each other. That basically never, I don't think has ever happened, that it was 2 high risks so close to each other.
It has, yeah. And it happened in the 2011 super outbreak event.
Oh, so yeah, so that's the kind of caliber we're talking about. The only time that any of us can recall where this has ever happened is 2011 super outbreak around that time. So that is sort of, and April, I'm not saying we're going to see another super outbreak on April 4th by any stretch, but the pattern for the entire month, one of the analogs for it is April 2011. So
I can get you the analogs. The analogs, for the models that are continuing to trend, analogs look like this for the month: April 2009, April 2011, April 2012, April 1974, April 2008.
Yeah, April 1974, of course, another very very legendary, if that's maybe that's a wrong word for such a terrible event, but another very big outbreak, which is an understatement because, of course, it's the original super outbreak. Although someone would probably say, "What about 1938? That was probably also a super outbreak." But 1974 is the original one. It was labeled as such at the time. So yeah, that is the kind of territory we're moving into, and I'm pretty sure all of those months that David just listed were very active for severe weather. So
Yes, 2008 April had Super Tuesday.
Yeah. So.
And then 2009, I can't remember exactly what we had, but I do know that it was active.
So yeah, you just need to buckle up because the next month is probably not going to give the U.S. a break from severe weather.
Now we do have, so far we haven't any confirmed tornadoes, but so far March of 2023 in the United States, we've had. Just scroll down. We've had a total of 72 tornadoes that have struck the United States in the month of March. Now, that is not as much as January, which produced 126 tornadoes. But considering the fact that so far we have 65 unconfirmed tornadoes, and we have so far 15 confirmed tornadoes that has come out of that year, or come out of that outbreak from yesterday, we can expect a lot more. We could expect March to end off at around 80, 90.
And I would like to say regarding the upcoming severe weather event, it would be very beneficial if residents who live in the risk areas they create or come up with plans on how to act when a warning is issued, because if you wait until when it happens, you might be panicked and you maybe wouldn't know what to do. So it would be probably it would probably be for the best if you were to review with your family what to do in the case that a tornado warning is issued, because panic is never a good thing, and you don't want to be panicked when a tornado is potentially barreling down towards you. So I would recommend coming up with a plan and going over it with your family.
Oh, we have breaking news. Let's just load that up. Severe thunderstorm watch number. What is it? Severe thunderstorm watch number. There's no number. Severe thunderstorm watch has just been issued for Syracuse, Utica, Elmira, Brighton, and I'm sorry for that green screen. Brighton, Scantron, East Stroudsburg, Allentown, Reading, Harrisburg, York, Chambersburg, Bloomsburg, and Altoona. There's no tornado possibility. There's no threat information for tornadoes, but they do bring up the following: isolated hail of up to quarter size possible, scattered gusts of up to 65 miles per hour possible, frequent lightning possible. And that involves 6,881,000 people that are under that warning. And speaking of which, we have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag in it, and that involves the city of Buffalo. Tornado possible tag, severe thunderstorm warning just got issued. Let's look at radar, see if we can confirm that there's a possible rotation.
I think it's just, I'm looking at my own radar here. I think it's just like some spin ups possible along the gust front from this, the wind front from this, like the front of the thunderstorms, I mean. It's like all the way down from like just north of Buffalo down to like Hamburg. There's like many of these small areas where it looks like there could be a spin up that could be happening. So that's probably why they just put the tor possible tack on, just because the thing with these sort of spin ups is they happen very, very quickly. So you just don't know when it's going to happen, whether it's going to happen. They're pretty random, and then pretty quickly there's a spin up like that, and then they're often gone within the one radar scan. Even sometimes they can go unnoticed by forecasters because they are literally between two radar scans, already gone by the time the radar scans again. So yeah, it's just putting that on there to be sure.
We're still waiting for probabilities to come out on Severe Thunderstorm Watch number 170. But yeah, this is our third watch so far at this event. I can confidently say now that the Severe Thunderstorm Watch that was originally issued for New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, that has Ohio's counties are officially out of a watch, so you guys can now take a breather. You guys should be getting another round of showers, but it shouldn't be that bad. And I just want to read off that we do have 63 wind reports. So again, the wind threat's definitely it's definitely coming to fruition.
Right now, the northern area is just what we refer to, what Reed-Timmer would say, giant wind bag is happening up north right now. But I don't know, giant wind bag. I mean, it's pretty big from the spatially. It's just called a big wind bag. It's like 65 mile per hour winds, maybe some 70, sort of in there. The tornado threat right now is more like in the southern slide risk, but that will change in about, what is it, in about 4 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, something like that. 3 hours probably when it shifts up north to that northern tornado risk.
Obviously, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, send them in the chat down below. We'll be here to answer them. I'm not, again, if you know anybody that's in this risk zone, spread the word out. We're trying to get as many people informed as possible. And,
I do want to say, there is a comment on the live stream in Spanish, but I believe it's talking about a cyclone or typhoon or a cyclone in the Pacific.
It's Cyclone Harold, I believe. You can pull that up right now.
There's Hermit, which is in the Indian Ocean. Wait, hold on. I'm going to investigate what they're talking about. Hold on. So that's in the Indian Ocean, man. I don't really see why it's Spanish, but I think they're talking about something else.
It's Tropical Cyclone Herman. And let's just pull that up. Let's pull that up in our browser. Because you guys will be able to see what I'm talking about. And you guys might see the OBS thingy laid out. Let's just pull it up on Street right now. And you'll be able to see what she's talking about. This is Tropical Cyclone Harold. Current wind speeds of. Let me just confirm. And we're just gonna pull it up on the stream for the rest, just for those that are those that are interested in cyclones. Cyclone Harold has winds of, and let me just pull that up out of the database. It's in the Australian region. Herman has winds of 100 miles per hour, sustained pressure of 975 millibars. It's pretty much expected to go oversea and die out oversea.
Yeah, the convection looks pretty better right now. It looks like it is waning and looks like it's about to die off.
Yeah. That's Harold for you. We'll keep it on the stream. Again, for those that are just tuning in, we're covering the enhanced risk for severe weather over portions of Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, including New York City, Delaware, and Maryland. So if you're in those states or you're not anybody in those states, you should share this video out. Spread the word out. And yeah. And again, we're joined here by our team here, Felix and Mike. They've been great help to me over the last few months.
Someone in the chat, someone asked, one of the moderators actually asked about O'Fallon, Missouri for Tuesday, and the answer is yes. Severe weather is likely in O'Fallon. I don't think it's a main risk area. In fact, maybe a little bit back to the upcoming big outbreak. I put in Discord chat. I put sort of three sort of ensemble predictions, pretty much. And one of them is like some other algorithm. But basically, like methods to highlight the main risk areas and around what I believe to be the peak. And unfortunately, one of them is like this northeastern Missouri, eastern Iowa, northwestern Illinois vicinity, which is of course where the high risk was. So yeah, just to underscore what I said about the main risk areas being sort of similar to the ones on yesterday. And O'Fallon, Missouri, definitely going to see severe weather. Probably not under the gun for the main threat, although on one of those predictions it is in the highest probability. So probably going to get under an enhanced risk for sure, possibly even a moderate. I don't think under the high, though. We'll see. If there is a high, of course, which we don't know yet.
And obviously, today's event is not the main story, but the main story right now is the aftermath of yesterday's event. For those that have been living under a rock, we had a huge tornado outbreak strike the Midwest. So far, there's reports of 18 dead confirmed. There's an unconfirmed report of 21 dead. But the tornado outbreak prompted 4 tornado emergencies, 17 PDS tornado warnings, and 52 radar confirmed tornado warnings. Overall, this wasn't a very active event. And today's enhanced risk is because of that, is the aftermath, is the byproduct of that tornado outbreak. Everything's now linear, so it produces more of a wind threat, but that tornado threat is still there for New Jersey.
And I just want to also explain that if you look on the radar scope that David has put up, these storms may look very weak, and some people might be actually wondering why there's even a severe threat with these at all. That's basically because, like, just a few thousand feet above the ground, the winds are very strong, and what tends to happen in the vicinity of these storms, of these showers, even, is that those winds from aloft, from higher up, are going to get filtered down to the surface. So this is sort of because the winds are so high, like about 3,000 to like 9,000 feet above the ground or something. Even those relatively weak storms can bring very strong winds with them. So yeah.
And obviously this is not the main event. The main event would include that potential tornado, that isolated tornado too, that would strike that area. However, I do want to say this: that tornado chance is there, but the main threat with this is going to be the damaging wind gusts, and damaging winds can be just as dangerous as tornadoes. Especially if you live in a mobile home. There's been examples where mobile homes have been lifted off their little foundations because of these straight line damaging wind gusts.
Yeah, you
Now,
never want to be in a mobile home when a tornado or straight line winds happen. You should always try to seek another shelter that is closer to you.
Yeah. And also, while we are on the note of places that aren't safe during a tornado, that some people might think are safe, cars are also not safe during a tornado. The debris that these tornadoes can throw into the air can easily pierce through your windshield, through your door, through your roof, through anything, and impale you on it. So a car is not safe. In fact, I would even say you may actually be safer in a ditch than in a car during a tornado. So that's something that is probably counterintuitive to most people, but the tornado passes right over the ditch. Usually because they're moving so fast, they're not gonna suck you out of the ditch usually, and of course you're sheltered from the debris there. So cars are not safe during tornadoes.
the line of storms at its closest proximity from the radar, it's about 22 miles from State College, from Pennsylvania State. It's about 35 miles. So, obviously, this is obviously, and again, I said this before, and I'll say it again. Tornadoes are damaging, but in an event like this, where this is now a line of thunderstorms and brief spin-ups can happen, but they're normally weaker than actual tornadoes. Um, Again, those spin-ups are rare, but they're gonna happen. Uh, but again, damaging wind gusts, and I cannot say this enough. Damaging wind gusts will be a big threat with this event. That's why the enhanced risk was pulled. The enhanced risk was driven by the wind threat. Um, Obviously, if anybody in the team has comments about the event or in general, I'll say that if you in the chat are watching this and you're liking what you're seeing, uh, just you don't even need to subscribe. You just have to like. You don't even have to like. Just say something, and it spreads the word out quicker. Um. Uh. Team, any thoughts about this, or any comments, or any news to break?
Not at the moment, I don't have any.
I just want to say also, in addition to the preliminary rated Little Rock tornado from yesterday, there is also a preliminary EF3 rating for the tornado that happened near Kyoto, Iowa. That one was a massive wedge that hit those areas, and yeah, it was rated preliminary EF3.
Yes. So, whoa, that's not what we're trying to open. Thank you very much.
Also, it appears that Buffalo is being hit or will be hit very soon by those potentially damaging winds.
Let's get to that right away. What you're looking at now is the Buffalo radar. As you can see, pretty much thereabouts. Let's see. From the radar beam, from the radar, they're just about 7 miles from getting hit at its closest proximity. They're already seeing those showers beginning to come in. They're about to feel the damaging wind gusts, if there's any, of course. And obviously, Buffalo has the potential to experience winds of up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. And those can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, so make sure when the storms approach, you head inside. You should remember I believe the NWS came up with this saying, "When thunder roars, go indoors."
Yeah. And I just wanted to mention that, interestingly, there are no reports, at least not on MPing, recently from the part that is heading right for Buffalo. And no, that's for State College, actually. For the part for Buffalo, there are some reports that are heading into that region. And some of the reports that are near that are sort of saying that the wind's strong enough to break 3-inch tree limbs off. One report is even saying that trees got uprooted. It even says a roof blown off. So those are the kind of winds you may be dealing with, although it does appear that Buffalo is sort of not going to get the strongest part of this complex. So it's probably going to be more in the neighborhood. The warning is for 60 mile per hour. So yeah, but still, it's probably going to be enough to dislodge some tree limbs, and those can be enough to seriously injure you if you are going to get hit by those.
Yeah, and obviously, this is not the main event again. We've been stressing this enough. This is not the main event. But even though it's not the main event, this does not mean that severe weather is not at its greatest potential. Severe weather is happening right now. If we check at the Storm Prediction Center's website, I believe there's 65 reports of straight line damaging winds or wind reports. So obviously, the wind damage is not going to be a big deal. Or it's going to be a big deal. Sorry. But either way, oh, whoa. Storm Prediction Center out? Oh, no, it's just my bad. SPC. Just loading up. So far today's event, we've had a total of 79 wind reports. So, I think we can all agree that there's been a lot of wind reports. And that's again the big story of the day. Now again, we're looking at if you're tracking this with us, we're looking at the State College radar in Pennsylvania. We're waiting for that line. We're still waiting to see whether that line's going to form or not. Now the Pittsburgh radar, there's this line of post thunderstorms beginning to move off, and that's an intense couple of thunderstorms that are coming in that are about to impact the cities of Hermine, Forward Township, Magnolia, Donora, Monsignor, Fayette, California, Centerville. Those areas are about to be hit by a potentially strong, I guess you could say, group of thunderstorms. And
although according to my radar scope, at least it's not showing up on yours yet. But according to my radar scope, that severe thunderstorm warning south of Pittsburgh has been allowed to expire for the moment. So yeah, but those storms, I would watch for those storms because they are exhibiting some kind of weak rotation, and so yeah, those storms could go severe warned again in the near future. And of course, in this area in the Northeast, everywhere is populated, very populated. It's not really. The further west you go, the more populated it almost becomes, the closer you get to like overall. So yeah, it's not like in the plains where it's like lots of rural land.
Team, any news you want to break?
I do want to say that the SPC about an hour ago, they did release a day 2 outlook with a slight risk over North Texas, over the Houston, or I'm sorry, not Houston, the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Yes. And that risk is mainly driven by, let's pull that up. That slight risk is driven by looks like the tornado threat and the hail threat. So tomorrow is going to be another day that if you are in North Texas watching this, you're gonna have to be paying attention to that. You have to remain weather aware for that day. But obviously, tomorrow's events are going to be a precursor, and the day after, because that's a margin that could easily go to slight. Tomorrow's events are going to be a precursor to tomorrow, and Monday's events are going to be a precursor to Tuesday. Tuesday we have a huge, big time 30 sig for severe weather, and unfortunately, these are the areas that just went through yesterday's high risk event.
Yeah. And in fact, as I alluded to earlier, if there is going to be a high risk right now, if there's going to be a high risk right now, I would say that the highest probability for that to be placed, of course, it's very early days to say that, would be in that, or much of the same areas that were under the northern high risk yesterday. So that's really concerning to see that the same areas are going to get pummeled again. The same in the space of a week. And
Yeah. No, there's some models that are long range, and I haven't taken a look at the models. I don't know if Felix has looked at the models.
yeah.
You have?
Yeah, I have for Tuesday or longer range, beyond Tuesday. For Tuesday, yeah, I looked at the models just before joining the stream. I put some of the sort of ensemble guidance in the Discord chat. But yeah, those are sort of probabilistic things. Two of them are like model ensembles, and the other is not even sure what it is. Oh, it's like also some kind of ensemble algorithm.
It's the CSU, right?
So, yeah.
That's the one that.
Yeah. The SREF, the GEFS, and then the CSU MLP thing. That's the one that I posted.
Now, obviously, the CSU one always catches a person's attention. Now, remember, these are models. Models are going to easily change quickly. But this is
although the CSU had a good handle, if I remember correctly, on what would happen yesterday, a few days out. So it's not like it's unreliable or anything. It just tends to be a bit more on the bullish end of things.
Now, this is the severe probability forecast, and obviously this looks scary. But again, these again are models that can easily change with time going. But they did handle it. They did handle the high risk well. They handled yesterday's event pretty well. So these are not totally unreliable, but these are a little bit reliable. These are a little bit reliable for at least long-term range forecasting. And looks like we have news. And there's a tweet that's coming from Andrew Pritchard. And let me just show you guys the tweet. And that's if the tweet loads, it will load. So we're just gonna switch really quickly from the radar to, and let me just hide this image. We're just gonna switch really quickly from the radar to the Opera GX browser. And he tweets today. Tuesday's potential severe weather threat features moisture-rich, expansive warm sector, and may again favor multiple rounds of severe thunderstorms over a large geographic region. A dangerous story is beginning to emerge as we draw within 84 hours. Now, this is a whole thread. It looks like it didn't load.
But yeah, regarding that tweet, if you look at the images, there's plentiful surface-based cape, wind shear, winds aloft.
Yeah.
So.
And that is from the ECMWF, which is the European model, which, if there are any patriotic Americans watching, I'm sorry to say, is widely regarded to be more reliable than the American model and regarded as the best sort of the global weather models that exists. and it's not known to be particularly bullish or anything at all. So if this model draws such impressive setups, then that's certainly something that should be taken very, very seriously.
And the thread continues. He goes on to say, the potential may exist for isolated long track supercells in the open warm sector from Illinois to Arkansas. These storms would have significant severe potential with large hail and perhaps strong tornadoes, especially the low level jet that ramps up during the late evening. Current guidance would suggest more widespread mixed mode convection along the approaching cold front and the dry line before being overtaken by the CF, with supercells and line segments with attendant hail, tornadoes, and wind risk. We'll see changes over the next 48 hours, next 84 hours, sorry. But this expansive, unstable, warm sector with favorable wind fields over a large spatial area, has been rather consistent. Tuesday, April 4th, will certainly be another look to see another moderate or high risk across the central U.S.
Yeah. So I think that's sort of the general consensus among everybody who is tracking the weather. From what I have gathered, professionals, amateur meteorologists, anybody who is sort of remotely knows what they're talking about is, from what I've seen, basically in the consensus that a moderate risk is almost guaranteed for that day, and a high risk is possible. So yeah.
And we did just get a and Mr. Red says Tuesday will be far worse than yesterday. Much more energy and dynamics at play. Your thoughts?
Sort of, yeah. I mean, sort of
I'd say
that's what it
could
looks
be.
like right now.
Yeah.
But I like to be a bit more cautious when we're talking about something that's still so far out, because the thing is, the
All could
real
change.
picture, the real picture of what is actually going to happen most of the time only really starts to emerge a day or two before. Just from experience, the models change as soon as like the high resolution mesoscale models come in. And as we come closer to the event, the models tend to shift, or can shift quite a bit. Not tend to shift; they can shift quite a little bit, and they can go both ways. Which of course means that there is a chance that the models that come in a short range actually look worse than the current models, which would be very bad. Because if it gets much worse, then saying we get a super outbreak would maybe not be so far fetched. After all, I doubt that will happen, but that's a remote possibility, very remote. But it can also go the other way, and the short range models come in, and it looks like just a regular moderate risk, which will be still very dangerous. But yeah, but right now it looks very, very potent indeed. That's for sure.
Drew Ferguson asks, so do you think Tuesday, where is the worst of it supposed to be? Is it going to be mainly in Iowa, Illinois, for the west into Nebraska?
Yeah, I would say I said this earlier in the stream. I will repeat it again. So far the models are looking at the main risk area in much of the same areas that were under the high risk yesterday: eastern Iowa, northeastern Missouri, western Illinois, northwestern Illinois. And they're also carving out a secondary, probably a bit lesser risk area in sort of the Arkansas area, which is of course close to the southern high risk from yesterday. So there is a chance that there's going to be significant overlap. If there is a remote possibility we get, not a remote possibility actually, there is a chance we get dual high risks again, and that those overlap with yesterday's high risks pretty well. But yeah, the main area, if there's going to be a high risk, it would be, as I said, eastern or southeastern Iowa, northeastern Missouri, and northwestern Illinois. Those are going to be the areas that looks right now will be getting the worst of it.
Hmm. So that answered your question. We hope that answered your question. Um, Obviously we're still a ways away from the main event going on. So we're just discussing right now the Tuesday's event. How are long range models overall trending?
For Tuesday or
Like
beyond
overall,
that. Overall, right now it doesn't actually look like there's going to be another bigger threat that's going to happen after Tuesday. So right now, it seems like Tuesday might be sort of the climax for the foreseeable future, but it also looks like when I look at the longer range models that we might get sort of a break after Tuesday, and then later in April, the second half of April could be getting quite bad again. So,
so
and then
two
there's of
questions.
course May, which can be very bad as well. Sorry. So yeah,
Yeah, sorry. Two questions coming in. One from Mr. Red. He asked, what are y'all thinking about Tennessee?"
for Tuesday, Tennessee probably is going to get severe weather from this, especially the western half of Tennessee, but it's certainly not the main area. I would say, yeah, Tennessee is going to get, especially later on, is going to get severe weather from this. Maybe even an enhanced risk for uh, much of the western half of the state. That's just me speculating based on the models, but definitely severe weather and probably all hazards, but definitely not as bad as further northwest or southwest of that. Yeah.
And then Drew Ferguson asks, what would prevent storms from happening in Nebraska?
What kind of storms were happening in Nebraska? I've not actually looked into that, to be quite honest. So I can't look into it right now. Give me a moment.
Yeah. Um, uh, Mike, any comments?
Uh, Not really at this time, no.
Hmm. Um,
Yeah, so looking at the models, it's just that the sort of the plume of unstable air, and it's just the overall placement of the low sort of will mean that this is going to take place east of Nebraska. So that's basically where all the moist air will be affecting means moving across the surface, either north to south or yeah, basically that's what that means. And sort of where the actual forcing that will trigger the thunderstorms forms, where that happens, is going to be east of Nebraska. So it's basically just that the timing, the placement is not really favoring Nebraska. That's the main reason.
and we're about to enter in hour one of coverage. Um, for those that are tuning in, wondering what are we talking about, the original purpose of this stream was to discuss the enhanced risk of severe thunderstorms today. But we're still a long way away from severe thunderstorms actually popping off, or the main event popping off. So right now we're discussing Tuesday's event, which is expected to be a big one. Um, now, this now we can, if there's a way for us to confirm whether a clearing's happening in New Jersey, and we're just going to switch to this. We're going to switch to the My Radar. And you can see we're moving on to here. And yeah, no, this area is extremely unlikely because there's thunderstorms to the east and west of New Jersey, New York. Now let's show you guys the temperature map. And this is the temperature map across the lower 48. As you can see, temperatures beginning to warm up in the south. and that's going to be an overall general cooling beginning to go off after this cold front moves in. You can see temperatures are going to begin dropping, but I think we can say that I don't think we're going to have another cold front, big time cold front that comes in until next fall. Warming, I think we're going to now start moving into an overall warming pattern as we head off into this month. You can see.
I've actually been looking at the. Where's this? I just have the black and white. Okay, whatever. I've been actually looking at the satellite, and from the looks of that, it does actually appear like there's not really any appreciable cloud cover from the satellite. I don't know. Didn't occur to me to check this earlier, but yeah, there is. I'm going to post it actually in the Discord chat. There is not really any sort of appreciable cloud cover west of Long Island. So definitely there's thunderstorms still going on east of New York, but when those move out, there should be mostly clear skies over that part, over like Long Island as well. There's only really cloud cover over like southeastern New Jersey, like from Millville to Brick. Sort of people who live in New Jersey probably know where these are. I'm sort of questioning this as I'm saying it because I'm taking these maps from Meteorologics, and sometimes they have a bit of a weird placement of what towns they actually highlight. So maybe people from New Jersey don't actually know these places because they are completely random and not actually big. I wouldn't know. I'm not from the US.
Let's put some temperatures out from the country. Right now over in Ohio, where these temperatures, let's stop here. Hold on. I don't want the forecast anymore. I just want to get current temperatures. Hold on. There we go. So temperatures right now at our headquarters in Houston right now, 80 degrees right now. That's expected to rise up into 86, and that's going to drop down to 71 for tonight. Now we go a little bit north. Let's go to Pennsylvania. And we're looking at Waterford, Pennsylvania. Right now it's 46. It's going to drop to 32, and then as we see later on tonight, you'll begin to see that snow is beginning to start falling until 10 p.m. Before temperatures start rising again, and then you'll see that overall pattern beginning to rise again. But I mean that's just really it. We're gonna take a quick break. We're just gonna leave you guys with some music to tune into, and let me just put that up right now. Any final thoughts before we enter that break?
No.
No.
Okay. And let me just, before we do that, switch to... Let's switch into Don't Go Anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. After this... after this... pull that up. And we are we're back live covering. We're just done with our break. We just got finished with our break. We are live covering severe weather again. For those who are just tuning in, watching, thinking what's going on, we have a enhanced risk for severe weather. This is primarily for the Northeast. This includes the following cities. Big ones: New York, Pennsylvania, New York, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Newark, Jersey City, and a lot more cities. Now, this threat is primarily driven by tornadoes. There's a 5% chance for tornadoes, and that risk could easily go up. It just depends on how much sunlight touches the ground, etc. And right now, what you're looking at radar is, well, what you're looking at your screen is two different things. You're looking at Cyclone Harold, or Cyclone Harold. This is a cyclone that's beginning to die off near the coast, near the Australian region, and then you're looking at radar for the system that we're specifically talking about. Amy Harris asks, what does it look like for Medina, Ohio? You guys should be clear for now. You guys are, just make sure. Medina, Ohio. What does it look like for Medina, Ohio? It's near Akron. You guys will be done. You guys are in the general thunderstorm risk. And if it's not that, you guys are in the marginal risk. And you guys are in the marginal risk driven by the 2% chance for tornadoes. That threat has now passed. And that's because the line has already passed through. So let me just give you an example. Now most of these thunderstorms are now out of Ohio, and they're moving into the eastern seaboard. So just understand that. Then, secondly, we have a huge big time wind threat, and you guys are on the 15. But again, as I just said before, that threat's pretty much passing by quickly. And that's because the lines have already passed. You have another round of showers coming in. That round of showers is not really going to do much. It's going to bring a little bit of rain, extra rainfall. But I mean, other than that, there shouldn't be a severe weather risk with that at all. So obviously, predominantly, that's the risk so far. And again, this is just and it's going to be another round. It's going to be multiple rounds of severe weather, at least for the upcoming week. Of course, with this a whole event coming in, questions will probably be lingering in. Now, the main reason why this enhanced risk was driven was because of the wind threat. Now, there's two different types of wind threats that normally come in with enhanced risk, moderate risk, and high risks. With moderate risks and high risks, it's normally a derecho, which is basically a fast-moving line of thunderstorms that are coming in. But these line of thunderstorms, these QCLS, quasi-linear type of thunderstorms, these thunderstorms are very slow-moving. And that's the big difference. These line of thunderstorms are very slow-moving in the sense that, again, these are in a linear format, but they are very slow because they're being carried by two areas of low pressure. Or two areas of one a low pressure, one a high pressure, and they're pretty much battling it out. You have the warm front over here, you have the cold front over here, and they're pretty much battling it out. The cold front's going to win, but because of all that stress, it's going to cause a tornado threat for these areas that I've just circled or highlighted. It's going to cause a big tornado threat for that area. So, obviously, it's to be expected that we're going to have a tornado threat. Now, there were reports coming in earlier on the SATCAM forecast that there was that clearing is coming out. Contrary to popular belief, clearing is not good. Clearing means that instability is out, and instability is what feeds these tornadoes. So no, it should. Hello all. Hello Sabrina. How are you doing? Obviously this again and again. This type of setup that we're getting in, and let's just label this. This is the low, and this is the high. That high pressure is beginning to take over, or that low pressure is beginning to take over because it has multiple rounds coming behind it. And it's pushing through. And that's where those lines of thunderstorms are beginning to set up. And with that, do you think that Medina, Ohio will see severe weather on the 4th? It just depends. It really depends on how things are looking like. See, for day 4, just pull up day 4. For day 4, you guys are probably going to see the slight risk, maybe a marginal. You guys are going to very likely see a marginal. Potentially a slight risk. I don't see you guys going enhanced unless this becomes more of a quasi-linear type event where it goes linear. But so far, I don't see that happening. It looks like we have some tornado reports coming in. Let me just make sure. Let me just do this for a little bit. No CC drop. Is that a CC drop? No, it's not. So let's just look at storm relative velocity, and you can see that there's a very small rotation couplet moving in. That's very small. And again, this is not suggesting tornado-like, but this is going to be heading straight towards Vinondale, Nantley Glow, Clover, Edinburgh, etc. So if you know anybody there, if you know anybody in those areas, then you should make them aware that there's a potential tornado now. Now these are tornado reports again, and there's another rotation here. And now notice that there's a bunch of green here. That's tornado reports right there. Yeah, there's a lot of tornado reports that are coming in. Obviously, these are a lot of tornado signatures. These are TDS signatures. They're beginning to come in, and it looks like rotation just died like that. So, that's good. That's very good. Again, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, send them in the chat here. But to answer your question, what state Liberty asks, it'll be in the state of Pennsylvania, where these tornado TDS signatures are coming in. This is near the State College radar. But obviously, more to come. You can see, and again, we're just gonna paint a picture of what it's beginning to look like. Going over here, you can see this is the Buffalo radar. They just got hit by this massive wall of thunderstorms. And just notice how I could paint that wave-looking thing. Also, is the Tuesday storm going to be later afternoon or night, earlier on Tuesday? Well, it just depends. Models are everywhere, all over the place. Models have been showing a lot of the main general consensus is going to be between afternoon at night. The consensus is going to be between afternoon at night, but again, these are long range models. We're 84 hours ahead, behind, 84 hours ahead of this. So this is going to easily change. What do you think? When do you think these storms are expected to hit in Central Standard Time? Well, if we're going for general consensus, we'd probably be storms initiating by 2 p.m., probably peaking at about 5, 6, maybe 7 p.m., and then the end of the event should be anywhere from maybe 1 to 4 a.m. the next day. Again, and that's just going off the consensus. So don't have that expectation that I just don't have that expectation where that big time thunderstorm gonna popping out of nowhere. That's gonna change quickly. The timing's gonna change quickly. Don't have that exactly in mind. Hello, Mr. Storm. In Connecticut. Oh, are you going to make a compilation of the videos from yesterday? I'm going to make a video on the summary of the events. I'm going to make a summary of these events, and that's going to be another video that I plan to. So, I mean, if you want to watch the event, I suggest that you subscribe and that you turn those bell notifications on just to get notified when that video comes out. And again, I'm going to make 2 videos. One of them is going to be the preliminary event, and the other one's going to be the official event, which should come in within a few weeks. What time do you think is going to hit Connecticut? Connecticut, I'll say maybe. Never mind, I thought you were disaster compilations. How strong do you think? How strong do you think the winds will be on Long Island? Anywhere, again, it just depends. But the general consensus would be anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. But I will stay tuned for the updates. Thank you. The consensus for Long Island would be anywhere from, see, we're Eastern Standard Time, so it'd be anywhere from, we're like 4 or 5, I think we're 3 or 4 hours away from this. We're 3 or 4 hours away from this hitting. Yeah. And we have, let's go over the storm reports right now. And I just want to read you some reports for damaging winds. And all of these are coming from Pennsylvania. So this is this entire event's pretty much showing any severe thunderstorm possible. Yes. Today you're going to be hit by a huge severe thunderstorm. A big time severe thunderstorm that's going to be coming in. So let's just go over the let's go over the storm reports because this is showing already how strong this event is at. So, let's just read you some of these reports. Trees and power lines down in the area of Lincoln Green Roads. So this is near Wakeman County in Huron, Ohio, or this is in Wakeman in Huron County in Ohio. Then we have numerous trees down reported across the city. This is near Kent in Portage County, Ohio. And then let me just make sure. Let me just read from the top. Multiple trees down on Millage Avenue near East Campus Road. This is near 2 miles south of Athens. In Georgia, this is near Clark. So this is already showing how strong this event is going at. Amy says rotation near Indiana, Pennsylvania storm. Let's look at that. See if there's rotation on it. And I'm hoping Mike, who is also working behind the scenes, can confirm or look at rotation for me. Rotation. If you're looking at this one, that is not rotation. That might be contamination, though. Yeah, no, that's contamination. Is this the rotation you're talking about? I think that is what you're talking about. And do we have a new warning out? These are just severe thunderstorm warnings. Okay. And they're now entering New York. So New York, you should get ready for that. If that's the rotation you're talking about, let me just make sure that this correlates with the system. Maybe radar-like, but it's not correlating at all. Um, um, that's that a CC drop? That might be a CC drop. Let me just make sure that correlates again. Yeah, no, it's not correlating. I don't think that's a CC drop because it's not a good-looking echo. It's not a good-looking echo either. So we'll wait for that tornado warning to come out. But you can see how separated these thunderstorms are at in the southern flank. This is all separated. You can see those groups of thunderstorms coming in. Those are all separated thunderstorms. While the northern parts, this is all conjoined. This is all together. And we can just show you the Canadian radar. These are all conjoined together, and that's probably gonna change as time goes by. I wouldn't be surprised. But no, yeah. And again, any questions, comments, concerns in the YouTube chat here will be, I'll be here to answer them. And obviously, and we still continue to get these thunderstorm warnings for Georgia. Another part of this is that there's a slight risk to Georgia. So there's two different slight risks. There's one in Georgia, and there's obviously the big one in the Northeast. And that slight risk is also driven by wind, and that's a 15% chance for winds. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, this is a big time event. So you know anybody in these risk zones, share this video out to them. We're trying to get the word out. We're trying to get as many people as possible to, pay attention to the weather, and we're trying to get people prepared for this, because it's going to be a big event. That's all I'll say. Now you might be asking where our team members are at. So Mike, which was in our scene for the first break, he is working behind the scenes, getting me warnings, information out as quickly as possible, and Felix is eating dinner, and he's working behind the scenes as well. But overall, the overall pattern continues to remain like this. That's the overall remaining pattern. I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna take a quick break, just quickly. Oh wait a minute. Before we do that, we're gonna have to check at the storm reports that are coming in. Let me just not take a quick break. We're not gonna be able to take a quick break. Let's look at NPing reports. Looks like we have a report of damage being damage. We have a report of damage coming in through, and we're just gonna try to verify this. Trees. Okay. And this is coming from Kerwinsville. Trees uprooted, roof blown off, and then this is another one near Altoona. Lawn furniture and trash cans display, small twigs broken, and yeah. And we're gonna take a quick break here. I'm gonna get a bottle of water. We're just gonna put on a little quick music um yeah, we'll be right back. Stay tuned. All right, we're back. And nothing pretty much has changed so far, other than the fact that um, reports are coming in that there's damage, not particularly big damage. Primarily the damage that's being shown here is primarily down trees, down furniture, etc. And again, I mean, we haven't even started the main event here, so that just says something. If you have any questions, comments, concerns in the YouTube chat, we'll be here to answer them. Or I'll be here to answer them. And yeah. So nothing much changes. But yeah. Big time event coming in. Big time event going forward. And I've designed a plan that we're gonna do while we're waiting for the big time event to come in. And that plan is we're going to stay automated for the next few minutes, maybe potentially an hour or two, just until we start seeing that ramp up in activity. And that we're doing this, and why are we in New York? Oh, and we're doing this we're doing this automated stream because obviously we're waiting for the big time event to go on, to be honest. So we're gonna leave you with satellite imagery of Cyclone Harold. We're gonna leave you with radar loop of the events, and I'm gonna be tuning in behind the scenes, watching this event go down. Continue. Stay tuned. Good evening, everyone. We're back. Tornado warning has just been issued. We have a tornado warning now in effect for the following counties. Let me just pull it up. Tornado warning now in effect for, let's see if we can all see the radar loads. But we have a tornado warning now in effect. We're waiting for confirmation, and we're waiting for confirmation to begin. There's a tornado warning now in effect. Looking particularly for the counties that are being affected by this. Let me just restart my radar. There we go. Tornado warning for Kent County and Sussex County in Delaware. This is radar indicated hazard tornado and quarter sized. I'm looking at velocity. It looks like rotations going on just south of Bridgeville, or just north of Bridgeville, heading straight towards the northeast. Locations impacted include Allendale and Greenwood. If you're in those areas, you should be taking shelter now. We are here joined by Felix again. Let me just switch the audio to him. And you are on, Felix.
Yes, so it's the storm near. I've been watching the storm for quite a while. It was sort of trying to produce, and now it looks like it's getting there. I don't think there's a tornado on the ground at the moment. It's very hard to tell because the correlation coefficient is very noisy. There's very tight rotation on that, and a very defined Hokako. So it's virtually right on top of the Dover Air Force Base radar. So the radar is sort of breaking up because there's sort of an ideal range at which the radar functions, and counterintuitively, Torar, it's just gone Torar. So
yeah, we got breaking news.
Tornado with the storm. Radar confirmed tornado. So in fact, I was unsure whether it was CC, but yeah, we have a CC off with this storm. So it is radar confirmed tornado. There's the racing action, the velocity is really strong. I think it's oh my god, this might go PDS. This might go PDS in a moment. The velocity has increased to 118. So the gate-to-gate shear, which is basically from inbound to outbound velocity, is increased to over 150 miles per hour. So this is probably a strong tornado actually ongoing here. I'm going to go out on the limb and say this might go PDS. This might go PDS in Illinois. It might actually go tornado emergency because there's so many populated areas near this. If this velocity couplet keeps going at this intensity, I can totally see this becoming at least a PDS, with so many towns everywhere. I mean, if they don't make it a Torrey before it hits Allendale, and it's not gonna get one. But yeah, with Allendale so close, if this goes PDS, they might make this. But yeah,
Allendale is approximately 8 miles from the tornado. So if you're in Allendale, you should be taking shelter now.
So despite the strong velocity, we're getting a spotter report in that says funnel cloud dropped and lifted northeast of my location. So it might actually no longer be underground, which is really surprising given that velocity signature. I mean, it's just really tight rotation. If this is not this does not have a tornado gone at the oh yeah, I can see the debris ball and reflectivity. If you switch to reflectivity, there's debris ball on
Yes.
on the reflectivity. So,
And that's a strong supercell, by the way. Ari asked, what state? It's in the state of Delaware?
Delaware. Yeah, it's in the
Yes.
state of Delaware. This is the borders are yeah, it's in the state of Delaware, and it's going to, you know, it might actually depending on its track, it might actually at least like some of the rain from its anvil probably gonna. I don't think like the actual severe hazards from this are gonna hit the very southern peninsula of New Jersey, but sort of if this moves left after it could go if you're in Cape May, sort of, or know someone on this southernmost peninsula of New Jersey. Sometimes when these supercells, when the tornado lifts and they go through what we call occlusion, where basically the downdraft catches up with the updraft and sort of chokes it off. Sometimes these storms then veer to the left, and then it could be a severe thunderstorm or even a tornado warning storm for these areas. So, yeah.
Still waiting to see whether they're going to upgrade it or not, but as we can tell,
with that spotter report, I don't know. It looks really strong on the radar, but apparently it just can't keep the tornado on the ground for some reason. So,
any concerns for the Philly storms right now? Right in that moment? Yeah, no.
Right now, not, but they're getting into this area where the environment is sort of becoming more and more favorable. So those storms definitely need to be watched. It's just a matter of
you can see that debris ball beginning to intensify further. Are they sure that it's not on the ground?
I mean, the spotter said it lifted back off the ground, but
then it must have. Oh yeah, rotation's dying. Or maybe it's not. It's just maybe radar interference.
Yeah, it's getting closer to the radar at this rate. It's getting ever closer. So as we are scanning further and further down, the velocities, the reading actually decrease because the height from the radar is now changing rather quickly with every scan. It's getting closer and closer. Sort of exponentially drops the height because the radar is not actually scanning directly at the ground. It's like sort of like going tilted at an angle upwards, and sort of the beam scans ever higher in the storm with distance. And the closer you get, the more. Yeah, the reball also now appears to be waning. So
for those tuning in, we're covering a radar confirmed tornado that is possibly on the ground.
Yeah, and still, now that I know that it's CC and not just because when it's so close to the radar, it's sometimes hard to tell. The debris is definitely still there on the correlation coefficient, so it's still on the ground in my opinion. I don't see this as lifted. But the spotter said so. So when am I to question the spotter? I mean, it might have dropped back on the ground again. Who knows? There's not been.
We won't know until this
report.
Tornado gets out of the radar hole.
Is this a last clear scan or stir? Going to be another clear scan? I don't know actually. Yeah. Okay. No. Getting a new spotter report from Big Stone Beach in Delaware. It says tornado to the west of my current location. So yeah, I was right. This is still on the ground. It is already touched back down, and the velocity is also still strong. I've got a new scan that's still usable in, and the velocity is still so. I really don't know why they've not gone PDS, to be quite honest. Who am I to question the people whose job this is? I'm just some guy from Germany, but it's just such a strong rotational signature that I don't know.
No, there's another chance there's other supercells ahead of this that are beginning to form off that could drop another, but current indications
So right now, right now, I would mostly watch. There's a storm near Chesapeake City, and there's another cell just northwest of Dover near Hartley. Those are the ones that I would watch most intensely because they're discrete. And there are also some storms. There's one near Westchester that's now forming ahead of those storms that are more in a line behind it. They're heading into New Jersey, and then one just just south of Philadelphia. So those are the ones that I watch first. But those storms which are kind of right on top of each other along a line behind that from sort of west of Baltimore to about Allentown. Those could, of course, also become tornadic. It's just a question whether they latch, whether they sort of take the near surface energy and run with it, or whether they just don't. So currently we're tracking that Tor R, that confirmed tornado that's virtually on top of Dover Air Force Base at this time, just
It looks
south
like,
of Dover Air Force Base.
This might be the actual last
Yeah.
radar scan that we get before it enters the radar hole.
Before it goes too close to the radar, like within the sort of like innermost, you can see the closer it gets to the radar. I don't think it will go right through the black area, but the closer it gets to the radar, the more distorted this gets. So if it gets one frame closer, I think it's going to be too distorted to make out anything for about 2 or 3 scans, and then it's going to emerge out the other side.
It looks like they're not going to issue that PDS. So, oh wait, is that a new tornado warning? No, it's a severe thunderstorm warning for Plysville, Cardiff, and Whiteford, Maryland, until 6:45 p.m. Central Eastern Daylight Time.
But the root, now let me look at the correlation coefficient again. It's increasingly hard to tell. I am pretty sure it's still on the ground.
Hey, but if you're in Allendale, or anybody in Allendale, you need to be getting to your safe spot. Now, knowing this area, I'm not sure that they have basements, so I highly recommend that you hide in a bathroom or in a closet, just relatively anywhere in the most interior room possible, away from windows or doors. Put as much walls to you as possible.
Yeah. Say that because I doubt this is going to be a violent tornado. It's maybe a strong tornado, but anything. The thing is, if you're in an interior room in the lowest floor of a sturdy building, which a frame house is well built, is reasonably well built, is good enough. In that case, you're fine for. I would say anything up to an EF2, you're totally fine, and EF3, you should be fine because they usually just collapse the exterior walls. It's just when you get into the violent tornado territory that you definitely need to be in a basement or you're still in danger. And tornado warning continues, and they have not gone PDS.
Tor continues, but it's no longer radar confirmed. It's weather spotter confirmed.
So yeah, they've gone with that spotted report.
Is Baltimore going to get a tornado? Well,
probably not. I would say probably not because those storms are right about on top of Baltimore now, and I doubt that they will latch, as we say, before they pass Baltimore. So I would say Baltimore does not get a tornado. You're just getting those severe storms that are now coming in with the 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if you're in Baltimore, it would recommend you just stay inside and you should be fine. Maybe stay away from windows if you want to go extra safe because never know. It could be flying debris going through your window, and yeah.
This is hour 4 of coverage, and we're covering the first tornado warning, which is now observed. So the first tornado warning is now observed tornado. So there's a tornado on the ground about to hit Ellendale. So if you're in Ellendale, you have minutes, potentially maybe up to a minute, to take shelter now before the tornado starts impacting.
At this point, I don't think you have a minute. The last scan is 2 minutes ago. Like if you're in Allendale, you're not in your shelter. It's you need to run because it's virtually right on top of Allendale at this time. I would say last scan was 2 minutes ago, and it was like less than a mile west of Allendale. So, yeah.
And this is such a turn down because we weren't expecting uh, the first tornado warning to be observed, but now, as we said early in the stream, uh, the sunlight was coming through and stability was there. So
Yeah. And just, I mean, this is of course the main storm that we're still watching, but I just wanted to point out that that storm near Chesapeake City was just going to move through parts of southern New Jersey. And so I'm still watching that storm. I just want to say I'm keeping my eyes on that because it may have a good cell merger right now. But yeah, that's the one storm that after this one's gone through probably has the greatest near-term potential to do anything.
let's look at
But yeah,
CC. Is
right
there a
now none
CC
of the
drop?
other storms on the Ellendale one, or
Yeah, I can't see a CC
that's right.
because the radar hole's gone into it.
And I basically around the radar, you would, it's kind of counterintuitive. You would think is the closer it is to the radar, the better of a reading you get, but that's not how it is. I would say about like what is it? Let me remember. Let me get a reading. I would say about like 10 miles, 10 to 20
I
miles
think it's
out from the
beginning to
radar is
occlude.
probably ideal. And yeah, it's very hard to tell because it's so distorted. But yeah, it might be beginning to occlude. It's
So the
really impossible
supercell,
to tell for sure.
if it has dropped a tornado and it has touched down and it's remained down, uh,
The couple of the velocity is just emerging out of the worst of the radar hole, and it's still looking pretty tight. So it's probably still on the ground at this time.
and for those that are just wondering, if this
Yeah,
tornado has kept down, the tornado originally touched down near just a few miles off the interstate that connects Bridgeville and Greenwood and has traveled. Now that has made a, I think, direct impact to Ellendale.
yeah. I looked at CC, and I am not 100% sure, but I think I can still see the debris ball. It's very hard to tell. It might just be noise. I would say I'm like 60% sure that there's a debris ball right in Hollow Allendale. It lines up pretty well. Oh my god.
Yo-Yo says I didn't expect a tornado watch. Well, I mean, we weren't. We saw 5%, and we weren't expecting a tornado to pop out. But with instability coming in, the
I
voice in the
mean,
background, is that your brother? What voice in the background? I think
I also
it's
don't know it.
I think it's an echo.
Yeah, it might be. So yeah, that's all. So it's now getting out of the worst. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's still debris.
Oh yeah, I got
Yeah,
out. Oh my god, the radar's so distorted. And it really only has minutes before it crosses into the Atlantic.
yeah. This is going to be changed to a special marine warning, and then as far as we are concerned, we are done with this. I mean, might be discriminatory against people who are out on the Atlantic, but special marine warnings usually get covered.
Now that's if the tornado. That's if the tornado actually stays on the ground. There's a chance that the tornado just dissipates, and there's a chance that it's actually dissipated already. But even if it doesn't, it's going to turn into a waterspout, and they're going to have to issue small craft or special marine warnings.
Yeah, just got a
Now
new
check
mesoscale
DC.
discussion. Yeah,
Look, I'll be honest.
I just checked, and it still looks like there is CC. It's still hard to pick it out from the surrounding noise.
We can't
Also,
see CC.
we just got a new mesoscale discussion that's for eastern Eastern Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. And it says a localized damaging wind threat may persist, but downstream watch is unlikely. So if you are in sort of this eastern portion of New England, like the Rhode Island area surrounding parts of Massachusetts and Connecticut, you're probably looking at a wind threat later this evening, later this afternoon, or early this evening, later this evening. Now it's evening. Yeah, but not going to get any major severe weather.
And we do have a special marine warning.
Yeah, so they just issued that. And I think the storm is, the velocity appears to be weakening now, but I can't see any defined CC drop at the moment. So it might have already lifted, but let's just continue assuming that it's on the ground until
And the tour continues.
Certain, yeah.
Yo-Yo asks, what's a downstream watch? So basically a downstream watch means like a watch within the next hour. It's basically timing a watch. It's a timed watch.
Yeah, it's basically saying that like downstream of river, it's basically saying that after the storms move into this area, we're gonna issue a watch or not. In this case, not. They
like,
have changes
what's
to
the
radar
difference
confirmed.
between a normal watch and a down? No, they're the same thing. It's just they word it differently when they know they're gonna have to issue it.
Yeah. So they continue to TOR. It's a radar confirmed tornado at this time. So
okay, thanks.
yeah, it does not appear. I just looked at the wider shot. It doesn't actually appear that any of the other sort of discrete standalone cells ahead of that line segment as if they are going to do something anytime soon. So, I mean, there's a realistic chance. I don't want to say that will be the case, but there is a chance that this was it. This was the only tornado warning that that happens this risk, or there might be more tornado warnings later on, but it could be the only one. I'm not saying that it will be, and if this was the only one, then I would still say the tornado risk verified because, yeah.
Now, unless we start
so.
After this tornado warning or after this cell enters the ocean, the Atlantic, if we do get any more tornado warnings, we will come back. But after this, we will go automated again.
Actually, I'm saying there is this rotation. I just checked the storms behind this. There is this rotation now that is north of Darlington, which is sort of northeast of Baltimore, that is looking kind of suspect at the moment. So does this have a TOR possible on it, that severe thunderstorm warning? It does not. But yeah, it's just that with these sort of, it's not really a squall line in the strictest definition of these kinds of storms. You can't sort of have these quick spin ups occur.
Credits to the radar for surviving a tornado.
Yeah, the radar did not get hit. What you have to keep in mind is even within this black outline, the radar is just a dot right in the middle of it. The radar is not very large, so this actually happens quite a lot when storms head right for what appears to be the radar, and people say, "Oh no, the radar is gonna get hit." But it almost never happens. Even if it appears, I remember one time it actually appeared as if it was aiming right for the center of this black outline and still didn't hit the radar. I remember that one time the radar actually went out and everybody was freaking out because they thought it had actually destroyed the radar, but they just lost power and the radar was back up within like half an hour. So yeah, it never hits the radar. It never. I don't. Has this ever? It may have actually occurred. And I think it has occurred somewhere that a radar's been hit. Not. Yeah, I just remember vaguely somewhere seeing a picture of a radar dish that was destroyed by a tornado out of a radar.
Yo-Yo
Like the
asked,
fact that
well, you never know if it actually hit the tornado.
yeah, but like I was just saying, it never. It basically never happens. If it does, that would be quite the aim, quite the tornado. Right now I'll actually say that
There's
it
a
has.
severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for the Kingdom of Prussia in Pennsylvania, Westchester, Pennsylvania, and Coatesville, Pennsylvania. Who decided to name the city Prussia?
Probably German immigrants. Oh yeah, I see. I think I see what they mean by that. Yeah, that's another one of those spin up areas. Actually, it looks like it's out in the open air. There's one rotation here. Interesting. Well, this is radar scan lag. I don't know. It's weird.
And the rotation on the Tor R has died, so that's
Yeah,
good
I think
news.
that's no longer on the ground. I was just going to say that, yeah, if you look on the velocity, it looks like it's now becoming wind
No, the
dominated.
cell collapsed as a whole.
Yeah, but like, yeah, I think the velocity. Yeah, it's just yeah. But looking at the velocity, I think there's still some strong winds with this. It's basically just the yeah. The tornado is gone, so yeah, that tornado is now lifted. Just before. I think what might have actually happened as it gets closer to the shore, there can be sort of a marine layer, an ocean layer of air that the air mass right next to the ocean is actually more stable
And they
than further
updated the severe
inland.
thunderstorm warning for the King of Prussia. And it no longer has the tornado possible tag.
Yeah, I think the forecast actually realized that the rotation was out in the open air. That was just air. They're also just humans. They make mistakes. Or the spin up has already died. So I don't think they would update the severe thunderstorm watch that quickly. That storm though looks. The storm right north of that looks sort of suspect. The one that's now heading for sort of Wilmington area. That looks kind of. It's just that along this line segment there can be sort of quick spin ups that occur. Actually, they did continue the Torah, so there's that. Interesting.
We're gonna wait 5 more minutes to see whether they issue a tornado warning or not.
As I just want to point out that they do maintain the Torah for the Allendale storm. I don't really see this as being on the ground, but as long as the National Weather Service says this is on the ground, I will not dispute. I will not officially dispute that analysis.
It did go from weather spotter confirmed too. Radar confirmed, but
I mean, within mere seconds, like 1 or 2 minutes. Actually, it's irrelevant what was on the ground anyway because it will pass over the Atlantic. Actually, I'm trying to figure out whether or not this is going to affect the Cape May area. I don't think it will, but uh, it's probably hitting nothing at the moment. It's probably over a beach somewhere. If it does hit something. I mean, the Cape May area is right in the center of the marine warning polygon, so this might actually hit the Cape May area. So I think we should actually stay on the air and go not to automate it until it's sort of passed south of Cape May, because this one I'm not sure whether it's actually going to reach there or not.
we'll just see
So
what the
you're right,
rotation will.
I think they're going to. I'm not sure. So if you're in Cape May, just sort of, or if you know someone who is on this southern portion of the peninsula, then sort of just get ready to inform them of the warning, or if you're there yourself, get ready to go to your safe spot in case they do issue a tornado warning for you.
Oh, it looks like the cell. Looks like the cell has turned around on itself.
I think it's trying to recycle at the moment. So what that is sometimes these supercells, or recycling is basically when they occlude, when the cold downdraft chokes the warm up draft, and then when a supercell recovers from that and it gets a new strong updraft going, then we refer to this as recycling or just cycling. And this is what
We have a new tornado warning.
is trying to do right now. Right? No, new tornado warning. So for that is the one. That is the one I was referring to earlier. That line segment near, actually approaching Newark at this time. So Newark, Wilmington, sort of that area. Yeah. Oh yeah. If you look on the velocity, it's really tightening up now.
Hey, which
I'm
radar
actually sure. It's still on the Dover Air Force Base radar, and yeah. So this might actually not be a spin up. This might actually.
Oh yeah, look at that rotation.
Yeah, this might actually be not a spin up. I think this is actually an embedded supercell. So because it's been rotating for quite a while, and it has this look on radar of there being like a hook-like shape to it in some frames. So yeah. So they just issued a new tornado warning for Cecil County in Maryland. I think that's storm 2, or is it the one? Wait, is that? Yeah, that's storm 2. Yeah, okay. So they just issued for the southern part, just south of the polygon, into Maryland. So this is right now just north of Rising Sun, just southeast of Little Britain. I mean, look at the correlation coefficient. I don't think there's a tornado at the moment. Yes, radar indicator rotation. I see no CC, but
They did add a tornado warning for Rising Sun Fairhill, but that's because they're in a different weather service.
Oh yeah, it's a different office. Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just riding the state line, this rotation.
For those wondering where this is gonna hit or where this is heading to, This is heading into Newport, Wilmington, Chester, and Philadelphia. Now that's if it continues its path towards the
Yeah.
northeast, which probably looks like it will.
So just maybe just reading it off of the warning. The warning says locations impact include Newark, Oxford, West Grove, Glenroy, North Star, Laudenburg, Mount Vernon, Campbellsville, Pike Creek, Hoxton, Evandale, Tufkanum, weird name, and Brookside. So those are the Polygon officially lists.
And we can say that the tornado warning that originally we were covering for has expired.
Yeah, they're allowed us to expire. I mean, it's over water now. Just keeping an eye on the storm, whether or not they decide to. It's not close enough to the other shore yet.
We have a
Based on
report
the
coming
rotation
in.
right now.
Report coming in from Mesonet. There's a report that a station recorded winds of 98 miles per hour, and that it was in the original tornado warning.
Interesting. So it might actually been hit by the tornado or very close to the tornado at that station. Probably wasn't hit by the tornado directly. I doubt that. It was probably in the RFD, the inflow of that tornado. So yeah, but that was probably from the tornado circulation more generally, that wind recording. Which just goes to show that even if you're not in the tornado directly, you might still get stronger winds than the surrounding areas because there's all the air flowing into the tornado, and then the RFD.
And there's a tornado possible attack for straight Philadelphia on a different line, or it's in the same line but on a different position.
Yeah. Yeah, that's sort of. That probably is a spin up then. This was the only really embedded supercell candidate that I see. Still going at it.
But man, is that rotation strong.
Yeah, it's not really tight, and when it's pretty. That spin up probably just showed that it's strong, but the rotation's not very tight. The red is not quite touching the green. It's probably not on the ground right now. And there's also no appreciable CC. So this is but tornado warning still means that you need to be in your safe spot, and whether it's on the ground or not is really sometimes I think people pay too much attention to whether it's a TOR-R or a PDS or a tornado emergency or just a regular warning. If it's a warning, it's a warning, and you need to go to shelter. And just my hot take is that it doesn't really matter that much whether they drop a PDS or not. If people are not in their shelter from a regular tornado warning, if they wait for this enhanced warning, then it's their fault, in my opinion. Which just is my kind of controversial way of saying if there's a tornado warning, just don't take any chances. Just go to your safe spot because you never know. Don't be the guy who.
Go ahead.
Oh my god.
Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, what is happening?
Okay, so there's another severe thunderstorm warning for Wilmington, Newark, and Bear with a tornado possible tag on it. So there's two severe thunderstorm warnings now. One that's about to hit Philadelphia, and another one that's just to the south of Philadelphia, with a tornado possible tag and winds up to 75 miles per hour. Both these severe thunderstorms are considerable.
My Discord just decided to.
Yeah, that might have been a brief spin because that rotation's beginning to die off again.
So I had to leave for a moment because my Discord was doing something that it was not supposed to. It's like all white noise in the call. So I don't know why this happens. Yeah. Yeah, that's Sal. I don't think they're gonna issue a tornado warning for that one in that we had earlier, the Torrar. And they're not going to issue a tornado warning. It's going to miss. The rotation looks like it's going to miss Cape May to the south, and it's really weak. So yeah, that one is, in my opinion, done for now.
This is completely unrelated, but we have a flash flood warning in effect for Markham, Blessings, and Midfield, Texas until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This is just about, let's see, our headquarters in Houston. This is just about 65 miles from Houston. So if you know anybody in midfield, Markham and Blessings, and I'm just gonna start including this. If you know anybody in Markham, Blessings, midfield, Bay City, Buckeye, Denevang, and Magnet, you should be seeking shelter now, and you should be telling them if you know them, that you should be telling them to start going to a higher floor. Remember, flash floods can easily rise up easily quickly. So it's best for you. It's best if you decide to go up. Remember to take legal documents in case those get ruined by the flooding.
Yeah, yeah, important documents that you. And if you're in a car or if you're driving, not just for this flash flood, but just in general, if you're ever encountering flooded roadways, it's another saying. I think earlier in the stream, Mike mentioned when thunder roars, go indoors. And there's another saying the National Weather Service made up for flash floods, which is turn around, don't drown. So if you ever see flooded roadways, don't try to drive through them because your car's engine won't like ingesting water instead of air, will stall and then it may be swept away by the flood waters or just drown inside your car. So just don't drive through flooded roadways. It's today's flash flood PSA. Just don't. And even if you have a Jeep or like some off-road vehicle, like you think, oh, like I have a Jeep or like a Mercedes G Class or something, like, and similarly, if someone else, like your dad or anyone else is driving the car, urge them not to drive through there, and it's okay to be annoying about it because it's dangerous. So yeah, that tornado warning has just been continued for the southern portion of the Polygon.
So if you're in Calvert, Providence, and Elk Mills in Maryland, you should be taking shelter now. This warning is in effect until 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or about 15 minutes from now.
Yeah. Still have this.
I just want to quickly mention something now that we're still waiting for this to be confirmed. I just want to quickly mention that the cyclone that we've been tracking over the last few hours has completely disintegrated upon itself.
Yeah. So that's now gone, and we are now back to no tropical cyclones. I mean, this is still going to continue to be tracked by agencies for like a day, maybe, and then we're going to be back to no tropical cyclones anywhere. And this was not near land anyway, so
Cyclone Freddy Part 2.
Kind of having this, like long activity after, I guess Freddy, with its amazing long journey, used up all of the energy the tropics had available for.
According to the Bureau of Meteorology, Herman still has winds of 100 miles per hour and a pressure of 975 millibars. However, I'm going to override that.
That's an old fix. It's not that anymore.
I'm going to override the fix, and I'm actually going to go with 70 knots, with winds of 70 knots, and a pressure of 978 millibars. I'm going to downgrade it.
That's generous in my opinion, actually, but yeah, you never know. So yeah, but back.
Yeah, new tornado warning.
New tornado warning.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that actually a new tornado warning? Is it downstream?
It's for Trenton.
Oh yeah, it's up north. That is actually a new tornado warning. Let me put my old radar scope switch back to it. So that's another possible.
Tornado warning for Central Mercer County in central New Jersey, North Central Burlington County in southern New Jersey, southeastern Bucks County in southeastern Pennsylvania until 7:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 6:43 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage were located just over Richboro, or 13 miles west of Trenton, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado, source, radar indicated rotation. Impacts, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely.
Yeah. So that is possibly actually another embedded supercell that has formed, because it also has this. It's been going longer than your typical spin up would be, but it doesn't matter what it is. It's a tornadic thunderstorm. It's just a spin up. I just checked the airport rate. It's just a spin up, I believe. But
is the rotation like near Wrightstown? The little spin up where it was?
It's near Wrightstown. It's just south of that. It's closer to Richboro.
Yeah.
So yeah, actually, it's right between the two of them actually. So that is. And the one off to the south, the one we already had, that one has been extended eastward and now includes parts of northwestern Newcastle and south central Chester counties. So that has been continued
And extended.
But that polygon is not particularly large, which is always, you can always kind of look at the polygons, and sort of if the polygon is really short, then it's an indication that they don't believe it's going to last very long. If they believe that this was require a warning for an extended period of time, they would extend the polygon much further eastward. So you can kind of tell based on how long the polygon is. Of course, it also depends on how fast the storm is moving, but within the same event, where you can reasonably assume that it's a similar storm motion. The longer the polygon is, the higher confidence the National Weather Service has in that being a longer-lived sort of tornado threat. And if it's like short like this polygon is, it probably means that you don't expect this to continue much longer, which is good. That's weakening. So yeah, that's probably why.
The rotation near Newtown Grant is about to hit Newtown and Woodside and Woodbourne. I'm going to be right back.
Sort of the one good thing that I'm seeing is that as much as there are discrete cells trying to form, they are forming right in front of this line and are sort of getting eaten up by that line almost right away, which is good. So those discrete storms would have a greater tornado threat with them. That doesn't mean there is no tornado threat, far from it. Even along this line, there can be embedded supercells, there can be these sort of short spin-ups, but it usually is a smaller tornado threat. So they have now continued that tornado warning, the northern one, that I think that's the one David is on right now on his screen. They've extended that and I'm not even sure if it includes new places. I'm just gonna say that it's for North Central Burlington and Southeastern Bucks counties. It's valid until 7:15 p.m. EDT. It's also Central Mercer County. I forgot that. The locations impact include Trenton, Ewing, Princeton, Bordentown, Pennington, Yardley, Newtown, Tullytown, Longhorn, Washington Crossing, Woodside, Richboro, Whitehorse, Mercerville, Hamilton Square, Langhorne, Levittown, Lawrenceville, Florence, Roebling, Morrisville, and Pendale. This includes the following highways: New Jersey Turnpike between exit 7 and 7A, Interstate 195, New Jersey between mile markers 0 and 2, and Interstate 295, New Jersey between mile markers 55 and 76. So yeah, they just extended that tornado warning. Having a cell is now about to merge into that line. So that could change the internal dynamics of this line of thunderstorms just a bit. And if this is actually, which I'm not sure, an embedded supercell, then this might mean that it could produce again soon, because sometimes I have these cells merging into the leading side, the inflow side of these cells. That basically when it merges into when a cell merges into the leading side of another cell, it tends to be a favorable cell merger, and when it kind of merges into the backside or sort of comes from directly below, that tends to be less favorable. Or if it's like merging to another one, of course, is a smaller one is over it. I don't really think that has much of an effect actually to the north side. So yeah, even though David is currently not there and is currently not moving his screen around, just know that I'm watching this on my own screen. So I'm currently seeing that it's sort of going a bit stronger than a frame ago. So this might actually be an embedded supercell that has recycled, which is this process that I explained a bit earlier, where basically it gets a new sort of updraft going after the old one got sort of choked off. And on that note, the rotation on the southern tornado warning, the one that is west of Wilmington, that rotation is about to leave the polygon now and is really weak. So that tornado warning is probably going to be allowed to expire, or they might actually cancel that tornado warning. How long is it going to last? It's going to last another 5 minutes, and they're probably just going to allow this to expire. And that is that. And then we only have this storm up north here. Now all of these cells, as I said, are merging right into That northern tornado warning is still going, but it's not on the ground, I don't think, at the moment. Certainly not a warning as such. Rotation is currently over Woodside. There's just now is a report of pea-sized hail, so. I just want to point out that even if this line does not include tornadoes at your location, there may still be damaging winds. I just got a possible, probably non-tornadic wind report from near Newark, which says that trees were uprooted or roofs were blown off. I don't think this means both occurred. It's just like a preset thing you can select when you report. And sort of right along the line, still like winds that can sort of break small twigs off, toss lawn furniture about, and small hail. The hail, I'm not really concerned about that. That's not really dangerous at these sizes, but it's more like the winds of this line. Yeah, it looks like a cell merger is having some effect on this line. Same as just based off of that and based off of the rotational strength not having weakened, I would say they're going to. In fact, they have just extended that tornado warning to include. Is that the same tornado warning, or is this actually another storm? I'm not entirely sure, actually. They have not issued a new, they have issued a new tornado warning now. So there's a new tornado warning for north central Camden County in southern New Jersey, central Burlington County in southern New Jersey, and east central Philadelphia County in southeastern Pennsylvania, until 7:30 p.m. EDT. At 6:57 p.m. EDT, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Palmyra or near Philadelphia, moving southeast at 50 miles per hour. The locations impacted include Philadelphia, Mount Laurel, Willingsboro, Medford, Lumberton, Burlington, Mount Holly, Riverside, Palmyra, Tabernacle, Chemung, Beverly, Pemberton, Wrightstown, Wissinoming, Ramblewood, Cherry, Mill Mall, Tacony, Martin, and Leisure Town. This includes the following highways: New Jersey Turnpike between exits 4 and 5, Interstate 95 Pennsylvania between mile markers 26 and 33, Interstate 295 New Jersey between mile markers 36 and 49. So unfortunately, David is not here at the moment to move his screen over to that warning, but it is in effect. Also got some report I can't. And they just issued a new mesoscale discussion, Storm Prediction Center NED. New mesoscale discussion was released, which is for Delaware and the southern 2/3 of New Jersey, basically. And it says threat for all severe hazards, including strong gusts and embedded tornadoes, continues across the tornado watch area. So for the next 1 to 2 hours, threat of tornadoes is going to continue. That rotation is actually quite strong, but not particularly tight, just near Cinnaminson and near Riverside. Oh, look who is back. Look who's back. Mike is back. Hi, Mike.
Hi.
So David is currently. How long have you been back?
I just got done finishing something.
Okay, so yeah, David is currently said he would be right back, and sort of I am almost being a radio show now because David is not there to move his screen around, and he didn't he didn't think it would be gone for long, so he didn't change the OBS to he didn't tell me to share my screen so I could sub for him. So, but that's fine, you know, just doing a radio broadcast now. Just tracking these two
Philadelphia is getting some wins. It's pretty strong, especially near Trenton. Trenton is definitely getting some strong winds.
Yeah.
That's actually tornado warned too. That area. It's under tornado warning.
Alright. Just waiting for new frame here. Just heads up, I might be a tornado on the ground near Cinnamonson, but I'm not calling that until I get a new scan in.
Ari, if you're still watching the stream, you said that it's near you. It's half a mile from you. I recommend you, if you should take shelter if it's very close to you, just in case.
Hello. And we got a Jacob. Hi, Jacob. I'm gonna tell you the same thing I just told Mike. David is currently gone BRB, and because he didn't think he would be gone for long, even though he has been gone for 10 minutes now at least, he didn't change to my screen share. So we are basically narrating a radio broadcast right now.
Oh, okay, okay, I see. So this is the part where we troll. No, I'm just...
No.
Actually, Yo-Yo, we aren't in the same room. We're using a Discord call to help help David with his live stream.
So technically, so that's why I'm saying David could have. He obviously didn't think it would be gone for long. So.
Dang. Okay.
And they just issued a new tornado warning for that southern storm, I believe. Yeah. So there's a new tornado warning, new continuation of that storm that includes Mount
Spotter
Holly.
2 miles northwest of Monroe, New York. Damage to 14-inch tree snapped at base off Bill Mill Road in Chester, New York.
Okay.
Dang.
This might have that's noise.
And we also have one from Lombard, New Jersey, just before that, which said there's a wall cloud to their northeast. Excuse me.
Yeah, I have
video continues for Trenton, New Jersey, Levittown, Pennsylvania, and White Horse, New Jersey.
Yeah.
Until 7:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I posted in the live team chat real quick. I got video of that wall cloud too. It's looking kind of interesting.
Oh yeah. Also, this is unrelated to this, but I just wanted to bring this up because it's a quite high casualty number. There's a new entry for the surveys for yesterday's event, and a tornado in Illinois. It just says 3 miles southeast of Stillman Valley. They had confirmed you have one tornado, and the thing that I'm bringing this up, the reason why I'm bringing this up is there was 1 fatality and 40 injuries according to this survey entry. So yeah. So
I'll see if I can find tornado damage because this thing was pretty nasty for a second. Based off the just by calculating this was a low end EF3, 135 miles per hour. That's the early end.
So far they have confirmed an EF1 with this. I just brought this up. So the current tornado warnings because it's quite the high casualty number with 40 injuries, and because I don't think I said earlier that it may be on the ground. I don't think it is, and the 2 rotations look fairly weak at the moment. I might have actually briefly touched down the southern storm bed.
Yeah, it looks like it might have had a brief spin up
near Cinnamonson, just east of Riverton. Might have had a brief part there.
Rotation isn't as good now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. It's a tornado. If there was a tornado, it's long gone now. We're getting more and more people here. We now have Roman here as well, but David is still
David's
missing in
taking it
action.
out.
I wonder where he is. He clearly didn't expect to have to be gone for long. So
He's just taking an hour-long dump. Stupid.
oh, he is back. We were just
wow.
wondering. Yeah, we've been while you were gone. You as you can tell, our team is quite grown with Jacob. Mike is now gone again.
I'm existing.
Yeah.
Has there been anything new going on? Any new warning or like?
There's a new tornado warning. 2 new tornado warnings. I think the northern one was also after you were gone. No, that was you were already on this. We have the one in Trent now. We have another one near Mount Holly. So yeah.
Charlie one has more potential now, it looks like, but the other one's still not dying just yet. It's still trying to do it.
We just got a new tornado warning for Hamilton Square, Yardville, Bordentown, Roosevelt, Shrewsbury, Hornerstown, New Egypt, Van Hillsville, Land of Pines, and Lakehurst. That is an extension of the one near Trenton. That is quite a long polygon, as opposed to some of the shorter polygons we had earlier. So this means, as I said earlier, it's usually negation, sort of for rule of thumb, that they have more confidence in this.
I would just like to say, either Trenton is getting really hammered by those strong winds right now.
Yeah. It's good that you bring this up. Yeah, it's a good point Mike is bringing up here. These, even if there's not a tornado right now, let's say there are very strong non-tornadic winds associated with this line right over Trenton, over Whitehorse. So, yeah.
And if we get our velocity, you can see pretty much, yeah, they're getting hammered by torrential rainfall and heavy, big-time winds.
Yeah. So the velocities we're reading aloft, and this is not far from the radar. So this is like it's just 1,000 feet, 1,200 feet over the surface. You're getting 90-mile-per-hour winds aloft. So it's probably safe to say that you're getting at least 70-mile-per-hour winds in Trenton right now. That's what the warning is for too. The starting severe warnings. It might have actually had higher winds there, but not.
Let me check if there's power outages going on. Pretty sure.
70, 80 miles per hour.
Yeah.
In such winds, you should definitely be indoors.
Yeah.
Even sheltering in place.
Yeah. So these are the kind of winds that.
Outside, like furniture.
Yeah.
We did have 2 confirmed tornadoes touch down today.
So the one in the southern one and.
The one that we were just covering, the one that had the Tor.
Yeah, the one in Delaware.
Yeah.
And then, what was the other confirmed tornado? What was it from that cell?
Whoops. Guys,
okay,
there's slip-ups. Guys, you guys have to mention there's slip-ups that happen.
I mean, we might have actually, I brought this up right before you came back. We might have had a brief tornado touchdown near Cinnamons, and so even though being wrong, we might have been right.
Pennsylvania and Ohio are hard hit, with both having 200,000 outages.
Oh yeah, Dayton areas. Well, to be fair, at least as an Ohioan, the Dayton area is not a very how do I say this? A very rich or middle class area. It's a very poor area, so power outages are usually common. Doesn't matter if it's hit hard or not. Like being around there, it's pretty much like Detroit, Ohio. Like
the first one was in Delaware. There was a a confirmed spin up in Georgia. Well, that's
Oh, yeah. Interesting. Sort of.
I know this is completely not related to the severe weather outbreak, but Herman, yeah, it's dead. The convection is very
Yeah, we brought
yes. The
waning
convection has
significantly.
completely split up.
we brought this
Uh,
Yeah.
up earlier. It's just gone.
and let's just pull it up a little bit just to discuss a little bit. The first few frames that you see about Herman, that was this entire satellite imagery is about, I believe, 6 hours. Now on the latest frames, you
Yeah.
can start seeing a little bit of convection building up, but on the far, I believe, northeast or northwestern quadrant. But I mean, then again, it's not related to the center, and it's completely disintegrated on itself.
Yeah. So yeah, that's basically remnant low at this point. So yeah. See the circulation almost completely exposed, and one thing I want to point out about the radar that they was pointed has put up is you don't pretty much see actually those hook like shapes along this line. So that's the one on the southern tornado warning, and then on the northern tornado warning. So and and so those are the two embedded supercells that are causing the tornado. So some of us been saying spin ups because trying to just quickly touch down, but just to avoid confusion, sometimes we say spin ups when we refer to what's called QLCS type tornadoes, which are slightly different in their formation mechanism from supercellular tornadoes. Something that I don't want to get into right now, but
There's a severe
in this
thunderstorm warning with a
context,
tornado possible tag in it, and it's way south. It's near Wilmington.
Wilmington. That's probably along the line where we had those
It's probably like a water spout or
spin-ups
spin up.
earlier. Yeah, kind of those. Yeah, it's just they're just putting a tour possible tag on this because it's along that sort
The
of
Storm
line.
Prediction
where-
Center. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say the Storm Prediction Center released a mesoscale discussion
Yeah, and I
saying
brought this
that.
up while they was
Oh,
on
okay.
already. Yeah. So those who may be new, so that mesoscale discussion. Yeah. That mesoscale discussion was basically just highlighting the areas the storm's moving into right now in New Jersey and far northern, like Delaware, Maryland, for a continued wind and tornado threat the next 2 hours, probably 2 3 hours, 2 hours probably. Yeah.
Yeah, now that the new day one outlook's supposed to come out in a day, I want to hear y'all's thoughts. Do you guys think? Oh, whoa! Look at that radar imagery. That's a hook.
Look at that hook.
Yeah, but that is
Nice looking hook for embedded supercell.
Yeah.
Also,
well, that's about to go. That's about to drop. Yeah,
And just
that's
looking
heading
at
straight for Middletown.
looking at the
Check out CC. Yo-Yo's asking to look at CC. So let's just look at that. There shouldn't be a
It's
CC
not
drop,
there
but
because
Oh
it's
yeah,
not
it's starting to
but-
tighten up and get stronger.
within the next scan. We
Oh,
probably
yeah.
should within the next one or two scans.
yeah.
We will.
I just looked at the airport radar for that storm, and it's looking very tight on that. So just airport radar. There's another radar station that is not the. Usually when we're looking at the radar, we're looking at the WSR 88D, which is the main radar they're having. But there are other airport-based radars, which are basically have a higher sensitivity, a higher sort of.
Yeah,
not
that
not
is.
necessarily resolution, but shorter range. And
So
on that, it looks
there's
very.
there's a
nice.
chance they upgrade this to radar confirmed. I'm not gonna say anything, but if you are in Upper Freehold, Vista Center, Jackson, in
Jackson's the bad.
Burlington
Yeah, that-
County in New Jersey, then you need to start taking shelter now.
Look at that.
Yeah.
There's a complete swirl now.
Jackson, New
Yeah.
Jersey.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty. That's can only echo that it's a surprisingly textbook hook echo for a embedded supercell.
You can see, and just to explain the viewers a little bit, when you see that red traces going into that dot and ending up in like a very big blob, that's a hook echo.
Yeah.
It's heading for the Jackson Township area, which is the Jackson area, and that all of that, which is most of Jackson, the county area, is within the polygon. That's about 58,000 people living in that area. One of the more
Tornado
bigger
warning continues
counties.
for Browns Mill, Fort Dix, and Leisure Town, New Jersey until 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
That's just about to go. Wow, what a hook!
Yeah. Not
No
seeing
CC
any.
on it yet, but that's about to
Yeah,
drop.
yeah,
My
it's about to produce.
Discord's kind of acting weird, so if I keep joining and leaving, that's a lot.
Like that is just completely curling on itself. So yeah, it almost doesn't look like a hook echo. It almost looks like a fist echo. So that is
Like,
not a good
We just
sign.
got a new radar frame. We got a new radar frame.
Yeah, that's a hook if I've ever seen one. And from New Jersey, that's very concerning.
Oh, here's new scan. Oh, geez. Yeah, that's going right for.
Just looking at the velocity. It's not really tight at the moment. It's actually stronger a frame ago. So this is the kind of
Yeah, which is
tricky-
really weird.
Yeah, but sometimes you have these supersets that look really impressive on reflectivity, and then you look at velocity, and they just look not nearly as impressive.
That was literally like half of the event on. That was literally half of the March. Not March 31st. That was half of the Rolling Fork event, pretty much.
Yeah.
Where a lot of storms were hooking, and it's like, oh, look how impressive it is on reflectivity, and you look at the velocity, it's like.
Yeah, that usually tends to happen when the storms are not really 100% surface based, and they're sort of not taking their energy from directly near the surface, but sort of slightly elevated, as we call it, which is basically when the instability that they're tapping into in the atmosphere is not at the surface level. And then when the storms are like that, you tend to get these storms that look really impressive on reflectivity, but they just cannot produce a tornado because generally they need to have this surface-based energy.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
it's hooking, but the rotation is kind of broadening out.
Actually, look at looking at the meso-analysis, that might be what is happening right now. Look at the Storm Prediction Arizona website has a feature called meso-analysis, which is basically using the newest regional guidance to give an analysis, and it looks like those storms could be headed into the stable, sort of a stable surface air mass. So that might actually, what I just described, might be what is happening here. The storm is not firmly surface based, so that's why it probably.
Yeah. The airport's looking like it's trying to go now. So...
There has been, unfortunately, a fatality in Delaware.
Yeah,
tornado. So that just goes to show you, even if it's a 5% tour, you should still treat it as seriously as possible.
And the Delaware one, I was surprised it didn't go PDS on it. I was kind of surprised it didn't go PDS. Of course, I kind of hate to go armchair meteorologist on the end of the U.S. and kind of second guess. I'm not really the kind of person who does that, but I was kind of surprised about that not being a PDS.
A guy from New Jersey said that he's been trying to get trace on this and he can't see anything because it's completely rain wrapped. So if there's a tornado on this, you're not going to see it.
And I just want to briefly say that once these thunderstorms move out of the area, you guys are going to be completely fine. I don't expect more big time huge line of thunderstorms to move here later today or anything. Maybe some lingering showers and thunderstorms, but not anything as severe as what we're experiencing right now.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say once these storms are completely out over the Atlantic, like all the way down to Baltimore, where they are right now, all of those storms are probably going to be in another hour or two. Or once those storms are off to sea, we're probably going to be off the air after that because just severe flow is over by that time.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify what I said earlier. I said that it's probably not quite surface based. I explained that those storms cannot produce. It doesn't mean there is no tornado threat with this. As there would not be tornado warned. These storms, if it just becomes like if it becomes surface based, as we say, for 10 minutes, 15 minutes could produce. So it's just a restricting factor on the tornado threat at the moment.
I think we might have a CC drop. Just a small little CC drop. I may be wrong, but
I think
It's really hard to tell.
It's very difficult to tell.
I wouldn't say much.
I would say it's not a debris ball just based on the velocity, and it just doesn't appear as if it would be on the ground right now. It's probably just noise on the CC. Sometimes you get this sort of.
is Six Flags Adventure safe?
Six Flags?
Didn't
They
know there was a
should
Six
be.
Flags there.
Yeah, Six Flags in Jersey. It should stay north of it, I would assume, but Six Flags in Jersey doesn't even have a tornado evacuation plan, so it actually hits it. It's pretty bad.
So the answer to is Six Flags safe is when it comes to this severe weather threat probably is, but if there's ever going to be a tornado headed for Six Flags, in that eventuality, it's not going to be safe. That's the TLDR.
There's a huge, big time severe thunderstorm warning for Toms River, New Brunswick, and Lakewood, New Jersey until 8:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That has a considerable tag in it, and it has a tornado possible tag as well.
And I also want to say that the wind, this is 70 miles per hour. That is observed. That's on radar indicated. So trained weather spotters are confirming winds up to 70 miles per hour with that warning. So yeah.
The tornado warning near Upper Freehold, that storm system produced hail, ping pong ball sized hail in 1.5 inch diameter ping pong sized hail. So
yeah, and a lot of these areas, these are relatively well built homes and structures.
Yeah, what's nice about this is that if a tornado were to hit this, these are also structures that are built for hurricanes. So it's like
sort of the double-edged sword in the northeast. It's really densely populated areas as opposed to the more rural areas you often get in the south, or especially in the plains. But on the other hand, the houses tend to be more well built, which, as Jacob said, are built for hurricanes and just. I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but like statistically, compared to especially the rural areas, these sort of urban areas, the people there tend to have also a bit more money to build their houses. Instead of in the rural areas, it tends to be a bit more also have a money issue as well. So, and in the Northeast, I don't think it's a taboo to say that New Jersey is a higher GDP per capita than Georgia. So yeah, it's kind of a double-edged sword on the Northeast. There are more people there, but they tend to be a bit more safe from tornadoes.
the rotation might be actually coming back together a little bit near Jackson.
a little bit,
Maybe.
kinda. Like iffy, but I can see what you're getting at by that.
I think that a bit of supercell has recycled now, as we say, which is when it gets when its old updraft gets choked by the air with the rain that's coming down, basically, in the most simplest terms.
Yeah,
And then gets a new updraft.
we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, to also further that question, I mean, a lot of people, even other servers I'm seeing, people are concerned about Six Flags. Six Flags is a very big company that designed pretty much all of New Jersey's Six Flags to be hurricane safe. So if it's hurricane safe, I'm 90% sure any bathroom in there is safe for any person to be in. I would hope.
But the question then becomes, how much people can the bathrooms handle?
It's a big amusement park. These are big bathrooms. Oh no! If we have to be crowded a little bit, we got to be crowded. Like that's how it be sometimes. So I've been to like a Six Flags. They're pretty big. They're
It
pretty big.
looks like the Hogako's trying to recycle.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. It is very much trying to.
So
It's
again,
very much being successful right now.
I'm gonna say this now. If you're in Vista Center, Howell, Farmingdale, you guys are in the path of this, and you guys should be taking shelter now.
And even down beyond that, I'm fairly confident that train warning is going to be extended further eastward until this is out to sea. So even if you're in Howell or Wall or
It's looking like it. Well, from the looks of it, it's trying to go more north a little bit, but
so that
maybe
would
I
put
could.
more like Neptune City. So in this area, you're probably going to get under a tornado warning within the next 10 minutes or so. Probably even less. So yeah, I won't be very surprised if this does not sustain a tornado warning until it's off to sea.
Yeah, I
just want to point out that for the south of that, Roberton Heights sort of area, that tornado warning is probably going to be allowed to expire. It's going to leave the polygon. The rotation is basically gone. So if you're in downstream of that, so like east of that, if you're in Manchester,
there's CC on that now.
fine.
It's on the ground.
The
on
one
the
in
ground?
Jackson?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
I see that. Yeah, I see that.
Ooh. Well, there we go, guys. There's a tornado on the ground. Just a few miles west of Vista Center.
It has looked. Yeah, it's on the ground. Just Vista Center.
Yeah, it's small, but the next scan, I mean, this is starting to really take shape.
If you are in Trenton, or not in Trenton, if you're in Lakewood, if you're in Raintown or Ramtown, if you're in Brick, Leisure Village East, you need to start taking shelter now. You guys are in the path of this tornado.
Radar scan hasn't updated yet for the. Wow. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Wait. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Just make sure that this isn't radar interference. Yeah, no, this is not radar interference.
No, it's definitely not. It's.
So now we await whether the National Weather Service is gonna upgrade the warning or not. It should. They should.
I'm just waiting to make sure this wasn't a brief spin up because the new rotation scan kind of looks like.
Vista Center should be in their tornado shelters right now. To be honest, anybody there?
It's probably Vista Center is probably already too late. It's probably right on top of Vista Center right now.
It should be south.
Center probably doesn't. It probably. Unfortunately, these are kind of towns that probably don't have many tornado shelters because I mean, we're talking an area that rarely gets tornadoes.
The Vista Center.
If you don't have a basement, the best thing to do is to go into an interior room in the building that you're in.
Just a new scan.
Go interior building with no windows.
The new scan came in. The tornado, the debris signature is no longer there. So it was just a brief spin up. That tornado is now lifted. It probably didn't even hit Vista Center. Vista Center. I'm sorry. So yeah, that tornado is now gone.
Yeah, and from the rotation here, it can still jump again, but I mean, as you can tell, it's desperately trying to produce, and it already has, but it wasn't much of anything.
So it looks like if there was a tornado, it hit the southern portions of Vista Center. And we have another severe thunderstorm warning, and that's for Galena, Kingstown, Churchill, Crosby, Templeton, Henderson, Rising Sun, Dover, Chestworld, and Smyrna, Millington. If you're in these areas, you should be getting ready to experience 70-mile-per-hour winds, have dollar-sized hail, and a tornado possible. Again, and remember, if you guys recall, this is the same area that just went through another tornado.
Just wanted to point out that there's a report that I don't know the reliability of, or no images attached of houses being destroyed in Sussex County. That is from the tornado warning via Delaware when we came back from automated. So it's unconfirmed at this time.
That is wild.
I do want to say that we have a confirmed fatality in Ogle County in Illinois.
It might be exaggerating that the house is destroyed. It may probably just mean considerable damage to the house.
Trenton got hit by some strong winds, I believe. But I think they're fine. I think everything's fine there. They might have gotten some pretty strong winds, but I think they're fine there.
I wouldn't actually say that. It kind of depends on how you define the word destroyed. I mean, if only the interior walls are standing, or even if the roof is gone, some would say the house is basically destroyed because at a certain point, it's
New tornado warning.
Uninhabitable. Yeah, that's what I just said. It's just got extended into those areas that were just pointed out a few minutes ago, into areas like Lakewood and Brick and Point Pleasant and Spring Lake Heights and Allenhurst. So basically, along the coast from Allenhurst to Dover Beach's north, and then inland to where Lakewood is. And that is valid until 8 p.m. EDT. So for another half hour, is that valid? As I said,
There might be another CC drop.
Let me check.
Woo!
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Not a confirmed CC, but there might be.
Yeah, it might be on the ground again. Looking at the velocity, it might be on the ground again. Yeah, it might be on the ground again.
I wouldn't actually be surprised.
If it would be on the ground, that would be about 4.4 miles west of Howell.
So
Yeah, the
this-
rotation strength, the rotation tightened up again.
Or
The couple of
2.5 miles east of Vista Center from about 1 minute ago. So if you're in Howell or just south of Howell, you need to be in your safe spot right now. In an interior room on the lowest floor of your house, or ideally in a basement if you have one.
And stay away from as many doors or windows as possible. Put as many walls as possible.
Yeah. Stay away from as many walls as possible, many windows as possible, yeah.
Luckily for these kind of areas, they not only have hurricane-built shelters, but they also have well-insulated and well-built homes, because this is also New Jersey. It gets super cold out here.
Is that a new tornado warning? Is that a new tornado for Beechwood, Fork River, and South Toms River until 8 p.m. Central Daylight, Eastern Daylight Time?
Yeah, that's a new tornado warning. That's in the southern storm. That might actually also be on the ground. Might have a CC drop now on that southern storm. It just got tornado warned. It might be on the ground as well.
Yeah, I see the CC drop. I see what you're talking about. No, I don't.
So it might have also touched down.
Yeah, we got a CC drop.
Yeah,
Weather's about to start interfering with it.
We do have one.
Looking at the latest scan, that one is gone again. So I can confidently say the tornado has lifted again. So it was just a brief spin up, which occurred about 6.5 miles or so southeast of Presidential Lakes Estate, or 10 miles west southwest of Lacey. That has now lifted off the ground. There's no tornado there anymore.
The one in Howell is still persisting.
Yeah, that one in Howell is.
So I'll say this: in Howell, you should already be in your shelter.
Yeah, it's virtually on top of Howell right now. And looking at the CC, you might actually be veering towards Farmingdale as well. So if you're in Farmingdale, as it is right now, you need to be in your safe spot right now, because it appears to be heading more northwest now towards Farmingdale. So you need to be in your safe spot as well if you're there. If you know anybody who is there, you need to tell them to go to their safe spot as well. And yeah. Probably just gonna miss Farmingdale off of this news, but it's still better safe than to be sorry. Also, this CC drop has just disappeared again.
Yeah, the thing keeps going off and on.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you're in the tornado warning downstream from this, you should be in your safe spot anyway, regardless of whether there is a tornado headed right for you or not. Although if you are not saying, of course, you shouldn't be in your shelter, still tornado warning, although kind of am, because if you're south of sort of Allentown, this tornado is not going to hit you.
New scans out. CC drop is completely gone. Maybe a new one just a few miles south of Howell. Maybe 2-3 miles. Let me just measure that.
It's nothing much.
I think that's just
It's
the debris.
gone.
That's just the debris lofting from the earlier kind of anything. Yeah, it's gone.
There
Yeah,
might be a new
because
rotation though. There might be new rotation developing. This is just a few miles west of Ramptown.
I wouldn't. Yeah.
It's going to produce on and off, or going to try to produce on and off until it gets out to sea. I mean, it will probably try producing a tornado, or could try to produce even after it goes out to sea, but after that, we don't care anymore.
If one looks at it, these conditions, it's a strong supercell. But the problem is that these conditions are just not right enough for it to produce, so it keeps on just going off and on.
Yeah.
We've had one strong tornado today, and it was low on DF3 at best.
Mike says my old town is getting slammed. Where's that specific? Oh, well, that sounds wrong. Where is that old town?
That's so those two supercells. Just wanted to mention that for the area south of these two supercells, sort of like Winslow, Vineland, down to Dover, those areas are, and the areas east of that, those could have brief spin-ups along that line segment that are going to be those kind of spin-ups that they occur where there might not even be a tornado warning because it's just going to briefly touch down, possibly in between radar scans, and they're not going to be able to issue a warning even if they wanted to in some cases. So just be look, I'm pretty sure those severe warnings that are in effect have a toward possible attack on that. Yeah, they have. So just be prepared if you're in those. Ideally, I would say, just don't be outside in these conditions anyway with the semi-mile winds.
Mike says he used to live in Farmingdale and Howell. Now he lives in Missouri.
So yeah, Farmingdale and Howell, they got at least very strong winds and hail. Again, I'm not sure. Farmingdale didn't get hit for sure. Howell might have been hit by the tornado. The CC sort of began to disappear. Just was there.
The tornado warning for Farmingdale, Collingwood Park, still continues. It's still radar indicated.
Yeah. And that's going to be probably the last tornado warning we see of this. So this is valid until 8 p.m. EDT. So another 20 minutes, and then this strong supercell is going to be out to sea, and we will no longer care about it.
And the fishermen can help see that. No, I'm just. The fishermen can deal with it. The poor fishermen are probably not even out there today because of the strong wind conditions.
Sure. Look at the line near Dover. That's torrential rainfall coming in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it is most likely going to go out to sea, and it probably dodged a bullet because from the looks of it, this thing was. I mean, if this thing would have produced anything, it would have been. And stay on the ground, it would have been a massive deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, velocity of at least on average, and this is in the air. Velocity of around 50 to 40 miles per hour is being recorded.
And those warnings down south, those are having trained weather spotter confirmed. Rare indicated. Some of those have spotted confirmed 70-mile-per-hour winds, but yeah, those are probably. So 70-mile-per-hour winds, for context, is almost hurricane-force wind gusts occurring right there. So that not a time to be outside if you're in Dover or if you're on the other side of the bay, if you're in Cape May or north of that, sort of those areas, you need to head inside. Anybody who is there, you should also tell them to head inside because
Yo-Yo
under these wind
asks, I'm
gusts,
back. Anything big? Well, you missed 3 potential spin-ups.
yeah, 3 potential tornadoes that were briefly on the ground.
Much, really.
Yeah. The strong straight line winds associated with the inflow into that storm now ongoing over parts of Point Pleasant, Brielle, Manasquan, Spring Lake Heights. It's just getting strong straight line winds now from off the air, wanting to get into that thunderstorm. So that's also not something to be outside of.
Any comments from the team over this entire event so far? Or any news to break?
It's a bus. No, I'm just messing.
Not really.
Yeah, I think it verified pretty well actually.
Actually, considering the fact this was meant to be more of a wind event and we did have a tornado, I'd say this is already overperformed.
Yeah.
Point Pleasant may be getting some strong winds right now too.
Yeah. So I just point that out. Yeah, you're getting strong non-tornadic winds.
Considerable tag tornado, or not tornado, considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning, with a tornado possible tag for Vineland, New Jersey, Millville, New Jersey, and Pomona, New Jersey, until 8:15 p.m. Daylight Time, Eastern Daylight Time. What is
And I
this?
just wanted to point out, I'm watching sort of an area around Buena Vista Township, Weymouth. It looks like that area. And if there's, I said, there's along this line, or it could be brief spin-offs, and if there's going to be one in the near term, that's a likely place for it to occur. It just looks like the velocities are sort of getting a bit stronger there. So if this touches down, so it'll be very brief. But yeah, just keeping an eye on that area as well.
Amy Platt Knight asks, West Michigan on Monday or Tuesday, large threat in your opinion? For Michigan, it should be.
West Michigan.
Oh, West Michigan is going to possibly get a threat. Are you talking about the one for the 5th?
Yeah.
Because the 5th of April was looking a little bit interesting, but last I checked from the last radar scans, it's mostly going to stay south in the Ohio area. But also at the same time, the Ohio area one is also looking to not be as strong as it was originally. I know about a couple days ago, literally West Michigan looked like it was just in a bad danger zone, but that was also over a week out, so
Yeah,
that
based on the
has
news, based
since
on those
changed.
small predictions, I would say West Michigan is probably going to be safe. It's gonna relatively safe. Southwestern Michigan, like southern Michigan, might get something from this. But
Maybe some
Maybe.
damaging winds, maybe some hail, but I
From
don't
the-
see the tornado threat verifying.
From the looks of what's going on right now is
we have
the okay, crap. But no, to keep on to the Michigan topic real quick, from the looks of the event so far for the Ohio and Michigan area, including Indiana and all that, is that April 4th, a lot of storms are going to redevelop into kind of a squall line. Usually what happens to a lot of these discrete supercells is they kind of come together into this giant blob, and there's going to be there looks to be a lot of embedded supercells with the potential to produce strong, violent storms, depending. At least that was what it was yesterday. Now it just kind of looks like strong storms with the potential of weak tornadoes.
So yeah, to answer the question, major threat, no, as it stands right now, but some degree of severe weather threat definitely going to be there, as it looks right now, and probably.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, lately the HRRR and other models have just suddenly uptrended last second, which is what happened yesterday, for example, which is what warned them the high risk, and it did perform.
New tornado warning which is an extension. Tornado warning continues for Beechwood, Forked River, and South Toms River in New Jersey. So that's that area. To the south, that's the southern warning. They continue that tornado warning. That actually looks like more of a rotation now on that than was the case earlier. So might try to spin up again. So they just continue that tornado warning, which is valid until 7:40. No, it's fell until not until sometime. I can't actually find
8
when it
p.m.
fell,
Eastern
actually.
Daylight Time.
Okay, yeah. So that is.
And I just do want to say that there's been 236 wind reports, which means that the wind threat has definitely verified.
Yeah.
The
Well,
tornado
yeah,
threat has definitely verified. I'll say that.
Probably overperformed, probably even overperformed with the 5% tour, and also the northern storm that we said it might be dropping on and off tornadoes. That's now moving out to sea, so that tornado threat is basically gone at this point. I don't see it producing a tornado in the very near term, and the rotation, as I see it, is now offshore, just east of Seagirt and Manasquan. So that is, they might actually cancel that tornado warning in a bit.
We do have news of a fatality in Trumbull County, Ohio. A large tree fell on a residence on Park Road in Leavesburg, entrapping an occupant that resulted in a fatality.
Just goes to show that even if it's not a tornado,
Yeah.
it might be a still a danger to life in certain conditions.
How's Southern Florida appearing? My family's there for spring break. You guys should be fine.
Yeah, so in Florida, Florida's more in a drought right now than a severe weather threat. So yeah, Florida's fine in the near term, I would say. Just getting some nice Florida weather and sunshine, and probably a lot of beach days because as I said, it's more of a drought there. Which is bad for the people who live in Florida, but probably good for those who want to go there on vacation. Yeah.
They were caught in the
As you
midst
can,
of the chaos in Tennessee yesterday. Yeah, yesterday was something else.
yeah.
Yes. Right.
And I just do want to
Yeah.
mention that the Storm Prediction Center is for yesterday's event, and this is completely unrelated to today's event, but they're still investigating around 25 reports that there's 25 tornado possible reports.
Rather not the Storm Prediction Center, the local NWS
The
office.
local NWS office, yeah.
And so Rick just collecting those reports.
We will have the new Storm Prediction Center's outlook in 10 minutes.
For
It
tomorrow.
probably will be. It probably will be. That is
I think they're going
crazy.
to downgrade it to a slight.
Probably.
Yeah, probably. Because and the main tornado threat is now, and the main wind threat is now.
Subsided a lot more.
Yeah. Still watching that area, which is now between Weymouth and Mays Landing. It's not tight yet, but it's sort of that's along that line, as I said multiple times in the stream. You can have these brief spin ups that occur. And I would still say if one were to occur, the most likely area would be now between Weymouth and Mays Landing. So yeah, just keep an eye on that.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of a brief spin up that could occur there. That has a severe thunderstorm warning with a possible tag on it. Tornado possible.
Give me a sec.
And new severe thunderstorm warning. And another one. Do you think you guys will be streaming on Tuesday? I will. This channel will be going live Tuesday, but I don't know about the team, whether they're going to be joining or not.
Yeah, but it depends. I might join. I don't know. I think Jacob is not going to join because I think he plans on chasing the Ohio portion himself. So
Hey
more
Jacob,
likely,
if you wanna be a little storm chaser for us, I'm just messing with you.
exclusive chaser footage on the ground. Ryan Hall has a retimmer. We have Jacob. Sometimes I think at one time in the past. I'm not sure. I'm not watching Ryan Hall. I'm not sure whether he had him once at least.
No, he's
We
focusing
get
on
Jacob
on Chris Hall and all those people.
on his own game. And I'm not watching Ryan Hall. I don't care for Ryan Hall.
Okay, you kind of gotta stop the slander. But to answer your question, this channel will be going live.
Yeah.
And we have a severe thunderstorm warning at considerable tag for Pleasantville and Ocean City until 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This storm will contain wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour.
I just wanted to clarify. I'm not hating on Ryan Hall. I'm just indifferent to him.
We have another confirmed EF0 from yesterday, so we have total 33 tornadoes that have been confirmed so far. 6 EF0s, 7 EF1s, 7 EF2s, and 3 preliminary EF3s.
Just popped up on my radar. School probably has been added for a longer time already. This new severe thunderstorm warning, which now goes all the way out to shore and in far southern New Jersey, which is trained weather spotter confirmed 70-mile-per-hour winds. So yeah.
I'll tell you what, as soon as these tornado warnings go out and we see the new, if they go slight risk, we'll keep this automated. But if they do decide to keep enhanced, then the team can do what they want, but I'll stay here to do commentary.
I think I'm going to probably go slide now. These storms are now about to move out to shore. Just apart from the far southernmost ones, they make it stay for this warning is until 8:30, so it might stay for another hour. But yeah, I don't really think they will maintain the answers because the severe threat is basically going to be over within the next hour or so, give or take.
Isabella Fletcher asks, how are things in Kentucky, West Virginia, and Ohio tri-state area looking? The clouds are looking a little wild. You guys are past through it. You guys already been past it. You guys should start preparing for Tuesday.
Some of you, if you're in the, especially if in the sort of southern part of the area you mentioned, I think that sort of, yeah.
No self-advertising, but I'm gonna make a video tonight, and I'm gonna make another video the day before the event, just going over the what's gonna happen. The next outlook is going to be a slight risk since the storms already passed into the Atlantic. Yeah, that's what I'm expecting too. I'm also expecting a downgrade in the southern side from a slight to a marginal, maybe a general thunderstorm.
Yeah. I mean, monitor. I just got to my there's actually storms even further south, north of Richmond. So some severe threat is probably going to linger for another 2 hours. Actually, with these like southernmost storms as they sort of move across the bay, across Chesapeake Bay, and then into Delaware's. Is this Delaware? I'm not from the U.S. But yeah, it's probably clear what I mean. On the other side of Chesapeake Bay, but that's sort of just general wind thread. And I don't think these storms down south have had any tornado warnings. So even though there can be spin ups with this, they have a history of doing those. So yeah. So that northern tornado warning is going to expire in 2 minutes, but the threat is long gone. For that is now out to sea, and the southern tornado warning is also basically out to sea. The rotation is gone anyway, and the winds, most of them are now out to sea. Maybe Bennegat Township, Stafford Township, getting strong non-tornadic winds from the storm system, but that is also moving out to sea. That warning was valid until I can't see it actually, but yeah, that's probably going to be also expiring in 3 minutes. That will be allowed to expire. In fact, the northern tornado warning has just been canceled 3 minutes early, and the southern one will probably be allowed to expire as well when it runs out, or actually cancel earlier.
Isabella Fletcher says, "Thank you. I'm driving to Kansas City from DC. A little nervous for a Tuesday in Kansas, Missouri."
So you're gonna be in If you're gonna be in Kansas City on Tuesday, then you're definitely in a much bigger threat than in the area you're originating from, because Kansas City is in the day 4 in Hampshire, so that's much closer to. So if you're going in that area, you should definitely prepare for. If we're going to be in that area on April 4th, then you are right in the danger zone for at least an enhanced risk, as it stands right now, at the very least on Tuesday. And strong severe thunderstorms will be ongoing.
I'll say this, Isabella.
And you're also in the. I'm sorry. You're also the Kansas City area is also in the day 3 marginal risk. So, yeah, I can get a bit of a prelude.
I'll say this, Isabella. We're gonna be live, or I'll be live.
Yeah.
So you should stay whether or where, and you should, not self-advertise or anything, but you should maybe subscribe and keep in mind, or just put the click on the notifications bell just in case we go live, which probably will have to go live.
Yeah. And just generally, it should have multiple ways of receiving warnings. We're, of course, one of those ways you could receive warnings through, and always be sure to have as many ways to receive warnings as you can when you're heading into an area like this. So like your phone, because maybe you're like out on the road, you can't watch the live stream actually or something. Be sure you have like your phone with the EAS alert if they issue one, and they also follow the NWS tornado account on Twitter, where they post automated warnings unless Elon Musk disables that for them in the next few days, which he might. But yeah, you can also have your notifications on that account. And I mean, if you want to go extra safe heading into this dangerous severe weather area, and you're going to be out on the go, driving, walking, whatever, you shouldn't be walking, but yeah, if you're driving, maybe even grab a weather radio if you can. Just search it up on Amazon. NOAA weather radio if you don't know what that is. It's basically just a device that just turns on automatically and then gives you audible tornado warnings when one is issued. Because this is going to be a major event. If you're heading into that area, you should definitely be sure that. And we got news from yesterday's outbreak.
Yes.
National Weather Service Quad Cities has tweeted, after collaboration with a team of survey experts, we have determined a preliminary rating of low EF4 for the tornado that tracked from Pocatello into Johnson County, Iowa. Max rated winds were around 170 miles per hour. So we now have officially confirmed a violent tornado from yesterday's outbreak. So, yeah.
Yes.
Yep. And
Do you have the new Outlook? I don't think we have the new Outlook yet.
so, give me a moment. So I think this is why she was concerned about West Michigan, because this is what I believe this is either CSU or CWAS. This is what they were saying, and if you go to a live weather chat, this is what they're looking at for that area.
Yes, on the day afterwards, on April 5th, then that would
Mhm.
be.
Yeah, I am going to be chasing that. Which, if you need if you want my POV, just tell me. I'll probably just get a POV going up with my camera. So
The one currently, I think that day currently has a predictability too low from the Storm Prediction Center,
yeah,
which means that there is definitely potential for severe thunderstorms. They just cannot pin down precisely enough where it's going to occur. So yeah, it's probably going to be might actually, when the next day 4 outlook comes out for April 5th, might actually already post a risk there. And if not, they're definitely going to post one on the day 3 outlook. And
yeah, because right now that area looks really because it's really odd right now because of it's due to the fact that the models are banking off the April 4th storms to re-strengthen again in the Ohio area, which the reason why they put a predictability too low is that Ohio and Michigan commonly don't have any storms strengthen up in this time of year. Usually Ohio and Michigan and these kind of areas usually have stronger storms stability around the May, June, July time. So April is really unheard of, which is why it's probably predictability too low because they're like, will it strengthen up, or will it just be like some wind and hail and call it a day?
And so the models are basically telling them something that they don't really believe is plausible to occur.
I mean, 3 days ago the models were showing crazy cape for the entire Ohio area. Now it's like, whew.
I wouldn't be surprised if they want day 3 moderate.
No, day 3 moderate would be crazy, but I will be staying up to see that because 3 a.m. is the. Yeah, I'm wild and I'm staying up to 3 a.m. for that.
And if it's not day 3, it's going to be day 2.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be day 2 moderate. Yeah.
It's probably to be.
Just so you know, day 3 moderate would be the highest possible on day 3 outlook. So that would almost guarantee them thinking this would be high. So
yeah. Pretty much, if they put a day 3 moderate, they're basically saying this is super outbreak potential, which I'm pretty sure is the last time there was a day 3 moderate.
Yeah, which not saying any stretch it will be a super outbreak, although this has analogs both in terms of the simulated soundings and the overall pattern to both the 1974. Actually, I've not seen sounding analogs to 2011, but the overall pattern is analog to both super outbreaks, and which I'm not saying is will be a super outbreak, just saying is a very potent setup for an outbreak that is at least going to be as significant, most likely, as the last outbreak we had. So looking at, I would say, almost surely looking at a regional tornado outbreak in that day 4 enhanced risk area.
Now, I do want to say that if we do have a high risk, in that very off chance that we have a high risk,
it's not a very off chance. I wouldn't say it's a very off chance. I think it's a quite decent chance we get another high risk.
In the chance that we have a high risk, this would be the first time since 2011 that we have 2 high risk in such a close vicinity from each other.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot that. So day 3 moderate risk are quite rare. These have only been issued 20 times since the product became operational. Most recently for March 22nd, 2022. That's.
Katie Hall asks, please look at Marona. Sorry for interrupting, but look at Marona, New Jersey. My parents are there. I'm 17 hours away. Please, I beg.
Marona, New Jersey. It's just based on. Marona is a. Oh wait, hold on.
It should be out of the thunderstorms. You should be getting lingering showers.
Yeah, so Marona is probably in the clear now.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. are in the clear. So the grandparents are now in the clear with the severe weather.
Yeah, you guys
And
are.
given the time of year, it's probably going to be no severe weather where they are for no significant severe weather for the foreseeable future. Because this area, like as Jacob said, what's true for like the Ohio area is also true for the northeast for New Jersey area. Usually, these areas get greater severe thunderstorm potential later in the year because, of course, it's like the higher latitudes, and they're not. The only reason why areas like Illinois and Iowa, which are the same latitude, are getting severe weather is early in the years because they're right north of that corridor in the Mississippi Valley River. So the moist air likes to go up there. So that's why these areas are already under a severe threat this time of the year. But areas further east at that latitude are usually not getting the peak of their season for another 1 or 2 months.
And as again I said previously, um, if they do issue that high risk, it's gonna be on historical proportions. Because the last time this has happened, it would be over. I think now 12 years ago since this we had two high
Yeah.
risk within like a week.
And the last time that happened was 2011. So that's the kind of turf we would be on in that. And
And
would be
again,
quite extraordinary.
last time a day 3 monitor has been dropped was 2014. So that's chances are very lower, but I could see it kinda, but also based off the models, it doesn't look as impressive as yesterday right now. I mean, maybe tomorrow it's a lot more impressive, but
Yeah, and keep in mind if these models perform or underperform or overperform, we still have 70 hours before this event begins. Before the event actually happens, so anything can change. I think what for the GFS we're like 12 model runs away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and as I said this earlier in your stream, but oftentimes, or most of the time, you really only get a clear picture of what is going to happen. It really starts only to emerge 2 days out, sometimes even just 1 day out, where you really only really get to know what exactly happens as the like newer data comes in. The confidence tends to increase exponentially with time as you come closer to the event. The confidence of knowing what is actually going to happen.
Yeah.
It's just
They need to be
of
like
these models.
mega confident.
Now, and again, this happened yesterday, but if the models suddenly start uptrending this 2 days in advance and they continue to uptrend this until day one, the Storm Prediction Center will then make an analysis and then they're going to decide whether they go high risk or not.
Yeah. Which, if there will be the high risk, it would pretty much consume all of Missouri, because Missouri is the one that that's the big one.
Now, there might be people that compare April to 2011. Now, I'm not saying that a super outbreak will not happen, but the chances are extremely unimaginably low.
Yeah, like I mean, it's kind of maybe not. I mean, we talk about a return interval, like statistics of super outbreaks and what kind of interval they tend to have. It was 1974, and about 40 years later, there was 2011. And actually, going back further than that, there was a growing consensus that a tornado outbreak that occurred in 1938, which only had about, I think, less than 40 confirmed tornadoes that we know of today, probably had a lot more than that, just because that outbreak had like almost exclusively strong tornadoes recorded, which is like unheard of. Like there have to have been at least that amount of tornadoes that were actually recorded, and all of them were most if not all of them were significant. Then statistically, has to be at least that number of tornadoes. I'm not a lot more that were weaker. So this growing consensus 1938 was also a super outbreak. So if you do the numbers, if you do the math, that's about a 35 to 40 year return interval, which we are now nowhere near close between 2011 and now.
Now, then again, uh, there's the argument that's made that's like, well, climate change exists. Yeah, sure, but there's no real proof that climate change causes tornado increase.
Yeah, there's not really any scientific.
It's really hard to tell.
But yeah, even without climate change, as I said, it's like kind of imperfect to talk about the statistical return. Well, there could be, of course, an anomaly. We've only have a sample size of 3, so only because it just means it's unlikely, very unlikely it'll happen. But it does not exclude the possibility of 1. But most of the time, I think when they compare this 1974, they compare this meteorologically from the sort of setup of it, the general setup of it. And I think sometimes this gets sort of misconstrued by some people who are maybe not so much in the scientific side of things as these people saying this is going to be a super outbreak. They're not. They're just saying this is similar in terms of setup to those very potent setups we had earlier in earlier times.
No, but I mean it's on the cards, but it's like in like that. It's like one of those legendary cards that you get. It's like, think of it like, and it sounds childish, but think of it like opening a Pokemon or something like that.
Yeah.
There's the chance that you'll get a rare one, but the chance is pretty low.
So yeah, and so super outbreak. It's never a super outbreak unless it's a super outbreak. That's sort of something you can probably say, which is not something I came up with. It was an adapted saying. Usually it's about aliens. Usually in like the search for extraterrestrial life, you go. It's never aliens unless it's aliens, and it's sort of the same thing with super outbreaks. It's never going to be a super outbreak unless it is.
Unless it is, which we will see another super epic within the next 20 years at some point. It's just, it wouldn't be this
25
one.
years. Yeah.
Well, all tornado warnings have been expired. The 5% tornado threat is pretty much over.
Yeah. It's
So
now
maybe-
severe thunderstorms to the south.
I mean, yeah.
Actually, we now have, just as you said, there's now a discrete supercell that is trying to develop just north of Richmond. There's a discrete cell. If you go on the radar, is this like southernmost severe thunderstorm warning is sort of detached from the rest. That is
wow.
trying to do something. It has a hook on it, actually. I'm going to pull that. I was on the Norfolk Richmond radar, and that one, just as we were saying, it's kind of crept up on us, but that one actually could. That one is on its own right now, and it's cells merging into it in the inflow side of it. So that cell actually. I don't actually see that cell merging with a line to its north anytime soon. So, yeah, that is something that definitely keep an eye on. It's funny because I was about to say that with this mainly being a QLCS spin-up threat with this thunderstorms further south that do not have a history of these spin-ups, that I'm going to head out. But with this storm, I'm going to stay here because this has piqued my interest, and not in a good way.
Well, I mean, that supercell, it looked good in the last few frames, but it's now kind of deteriorating on itself. It's like,
But still, I'm keeping an eye on it because it has these cell mergers ongoing. So,
and another city named Mechanicsville.
and I may actually do something real quick. what I'm wanting to do is I'm wanting to check the environment sort of for this. Based on the latest weather models, latest high resolution models on this, which is of course not perfect. I mean, but you can't have atmospheric observations from every place in the United States all the time. That's just infeasible. So kind of the closest you get is it's this model called the HRRR, which is very high resolution and very accurate. So that would give me a decent handle on sort of the conditions the storm is in that we're looking at on Davis Stream and whether it that's definitely in an environment. I'm just checking it here. It's definitely an environment where it's going to have issues with what we call an inversion, which is basically when the air that is at the surface is actually cooler than a layer of air that's just above it, usually within like the lowest kilometer traditionally. There are other kinds of inversions that are kind of higher than this, but for what I'm talking about here, I'm talking about just above the surface. There's like this layer, just warmer. We call this a cap or a capping inversion. And this is going to be an issue for this storm. Other than that, if it can sort of find an area that is not capped, then it could produce, but I don't think it will actually. It's probably going to stay elevated, as we call it.
Yeah, no, that's that whole gecko just died.
Yeah, so that's I'll try to do something and then realize that it's not surface-based, as we say, which is, in the simplest terms, when we talk about storms that are surface-based, that means that they take their energy, that their updraft starts at the surface, basically, or just above the surface. And when we're talking about them as being elevated, that means that the updraft is sort of beginning above ground.
I do just want to quickly explain. It may seem like the team is tired, and that I'm tired. I'll just say this: in Germany, it's like what 3, 4 in the morning now.
Yeah, it's 3, 4 in the morning. So yeah.
Here, I've been streaming for 6 hours. And that's a big thing about doing weather on YouTube. When you have to stream, you have to be there all the time until that event's over. So we'll say this: we're gonna keep an eye on this. Trust me, we'll keep an eye on this.
Yeah, I'm actually going to head out now, as I said, because now the term of this is elevated. If this produces a tornado warning, I think I'm going to return if there is a tornado warning with this. I think it's unlikely. But yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on the storm while I'm not on the stream, and if something materializes, I will be back. So yeah. For now, we'll head out. Bye.
Bye. Alright, and it's solo. And yeah, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning, but they don't have a tornado possible tag on it. So we're gonna be ending our stream here. Thank you for all the support. We hit 500 subscribers. It means a lot to me. I appreciate all of you guys' support. And you know, if you liked what you saw, subscribe, like, turn on the bell notifications. I'm gonna upload a video later tonight or tomorrow explaining Tuesday's event. We're gonna go live Tuesday. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the support. And yeah, we'll see you in the next one.